Aluhu. Eshadal Henu Malaya Botenu. Abiaba Marius Katwabiako. Atakados Shemeka Kwados Maru Shemeka Olam Wae. Washam Bene Israel El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Ledoro Family Olam. Beni Bene Israel Otilola. Kisha Shekami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamayim. Where to Ayes Kubayom Mashbi Shabbat Wa Inafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Debileka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlo, Lolam Wae. Baruch Shem Kabol Makut, Lolam Wae. Baruch Kabol Lohim Min Kumon, Lek El Yom. Hallelujah, Lolam Wae. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Maybe see it. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and respect to my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, mothers in Israel, visitors. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Anything that is practiced becomes habitual.
Right.
Anything that is practiced becomes a habit. This is why to get accustomed or for these laws and commandments and statutes to grow on you, you have to live in them. The Sabbath will not grow on you if you don't practice not profaning the Sabbath. If you don't practice by coming to congregate on God's day. To congregate is the assembly of people. Assembly of people. And it was ordained by God. It's a gathering of people that came together to speak about holy things. Holy things. And that was all our conversations. Our conversation was of holy things of God. If we leave the viewing for people that can't get to a congregation. Leave the viewing for people that can't get to a congregation. But if you live near a place where people gather to hold a convocation of God, then you should be there and not at home viewing. Leave the viewing for people that's far off. Leave the viewing that is bedridden in the hospital, sick. Because I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. I sacrifice, and we should sacrifice ourselves to keep the commandments of God. I'm not going to stay home for a minor headache. I'm not going to stay home for that because I'm not bedridden. And therefore, by me not staying home because I have a headache, which means I put myself before God, and God should understand that I have a headache. That's not accepted. You have to be either dead, in jail, or bedridden. I have to be dead, in jail, or bedridden. I can't speak for nobody else. I personally have to be dead, in jail, or bedridden to miss this. If I'm not dead, in jail, or bedridden, I'm going to congregate. This is why I can say this with such assurance that I never, out of the 46 years of my life, never missed a congregation. Never missed the Sabbath. Never. Because I made it my duty to congregate on God's day. I didn't make it my duty to stay home and view, or stay home when I got tired, or stay home where I just stayed home and relaxed and read and rest up. That's not what the day was about.
The day wasn't about, when it says God rested, the word for rest is yanak, means to leave alone or to desist, which means at the end of his creation, on that seventh day, he desisted and left alone. He ceased from creating. He ceased from work. Now, people got the erroneous idea that work only consists of going to work on your job. Work for pay.
But it says servile.
Servile work. But in the Hebrew, it says meleket abora, melaka and abad. Abad means to serve. This is why I don't allow people to serve me drinks. When a person is designated to come around with a carton of water or some lemonade and pouring out my water and pouring me in, I'm not going to accept it. Why? Because the word, you had handmaids and men's service and maid service that served their masters. On that day, they was not allowed to serve their masters. They also rested. So I'm not going to allow no one to serve me. Melaka is work. It also consists of washing dishes, sweeping and mopping. And you had people that will sweep and mop on God's day. If something spilled, if I spilled it, then I would take up some paper towel, suck up the mess, and push it to the side. But I'm not going to pick up a mop or a broom to sweep. I'm not going to pick up a mop to mop up some lick. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that just to be careful and keen with myself, just to be careful with God, because it's a thin line. It's a thin line between the profanation when you begin to break the commandments of God and profane God's day by doing something that is not accepted by God. So therefore, I put everything in line. I put everything in place, man. But we can't force people to do like you. I can't force people to have this mindset. This mindset has to come with a willing heart to serve God. That's how you develop this mindset. You have to have a willing heart to serve this God. Then once God search the reins of your heart and go inside you, then he will start opening up your ventricles and your brain to open up to certain things and show you certain things that's not known and done by the rest of these Israelites. Not because these people call themselves Israel means they have a willing heart. Not because you call yourself Israel means you're Israel. Means you're God's people. God said, he said, my people. He didn't say if you're black, if you're white, if you're purple, if you're green, if you're blue. He said, my people, which means God's people. He said, my people shall what? Hear my voice. So I could be pink. My complexion could be pink. But I hear the voice of God. What do you mean by hearing the voice of God? You hear, when a person hears God's voice, he is putting the laws, commandments, and statutes in, you're living this way of life into effect. That's the word. You're putting these laws, commandments, and statutes into effect. You're activating it. Why? How do you activate these laws, commandments, and statutes? By not profaning not profaning his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. You are aware.
Because you be aware.
That's how you don't profane God. That's how you'll stay out of God looking at you and despising you. Those are God's people. He said a stranger will not follow. So you could be black as tar. Because people got the erroneous idea that all black people are Israel. And that's false. The first world was black. Those foreign nations was black. The color change didn't come about after a certain era. Even Esau was a black man. He just had a different complexion.
Right.
Not all black people are Israel. And I wish we get this idea out of our heads, because Israelites, so-called Israelites, refer to the people, black people, as our people, my people. They may be your people, but they ain't my people, because God's people serve God. God's people hearken to his word. And my people, and the ones that I claim as my people, serve God and hearken to his word. So I'm not going to claim you if you ain't on the same path as me.
Not racist.
I'm not racist, and God ain't racist. But if you ain't following all these laws, commandments, and statutes, you're not my people, man. You're not my people. You could be pale white. You could be pale white, but you got the fear of God in you. That's more of my people than you is. That's more of my people and more of my brother than you is. Because now, as we read on and we know history, we should know already that we read about how God has cast Israel aside. God has cast Israel aside for following after the ways and the customs of the heathens, from following after the doings of the heathens, from following after the traditions and the practices and the customs and the celebrations of the heathens. This is why I don't celebrate certain things if I don't read about it. If I don't see it in the book, I don't read. I don't follow it. I don't celebrate it because my forefathers ain't celebrated, and I never read about it here. So why am I doing celebrating this? What am I doing acknowledging this when I never read it here? But we always had a problem. We always had a problem because we always wanted to follow after the ways of the people. We always wanted to follow the multitude. That's what we always wanted to do.
Come on, Sean.
Just like today. And when we did that, that was the beginning of Israel's downfall with God. That was the beginning of our downfall with God, man. Because we started incorporating paganism with the ways of God. With the ways of God. And that's been our problem, even unto today. Even unto today. It says in one of the prayers I read, he said, he is Lord of the universe. Say, he is Lord of the universe. You know what's the universe? Everything that consists or that's dwelling or that inhabits in this whole universe belongs to God. Like I said, man, there's no deity. My God ain't no deity. He said there's no deity that ever spoke up like this. He said he is Lord of the universe who reigned in air. Any creature yet was formed. Before there was life, God reigned. Are you kidding me? He said before there was life, God reigned. He said it was just darkness upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovering over the face of waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light.
Right there.
There was no combustion.
Right.
Because I'm not going to say there was a combustion to take away from the power of the spoken word of God. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that, man. I'm not going to say that. Society and scientists says that. We base the law too much on science. We cannot base the law on science taken away from the power of God. He said before any creature yet was formed. He said at the time when all things was made by his desire. At the time when all things was created at his desire. Everything was created for its purpose. Everything was created according to the purpose of God. God's purpose. God put the sun there for a purpose, not to be worshipped. God put the moon there for a purpose, not to be worshipped. Everything was put for a purpose. And all man and woman has a destination. Your destination ain't got to be my destination. Your destination ain't got to be my destination. That's why when certain things transpire, one person may come to thought and say, well, I need to separate myself. That's what brings separation between two people, because we're not destined and we're not on the same path. We're not on that same road. So therefore, it puts a separation between me and you, because one has decided to serve God and do his laws, commandments, and statutes, and to move upright with God. And one has not decided to move upright with God. Laws, listen, man. How many times we read in the book where it says, amend your ways? How many times? Amend your ways. You know what else it said? Amend your doings. And people think doings just means deeds or something that is done. Huh? I gotta hit that with that definition right there. Deeds, ma'al, also means also the activities in which a particular person engages in. Your deeds also includes your activities or things that you do. Your activities. What is the activity? Your celebrations, things that I'm doing that is not read in the book. He said, at the time when all things was made by desire, then was his name proclaimed king. But his name been proclaimed king before God created anything. Before the creation, or before he even thought to create anything, his name was still proclaimed. His name was proclaimed king. He said, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. He alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. Stop asking me who was with God. Stop asking me and telling me that somebody was with God. Stop asking me and telling me was God with someone? Did he have a wife? Did he have a counterpart? Did he have this? God was alone. He don't need nobody. He said, I dwell alone. Upon 1,000 of cattle hills. If I was hungry, I wouldn't even tell you. But God don't get hungry. He said, I didn't desire sacrifices. He said, I desired obedience. I desired that you dudes hearken and listen and obey my word. Because if you hearken and obey the commandment of God, you won't need no sacrifices. But sacrifices came about in the beginning when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve was one. Adam and Eve was one. Get it out your mind that she was trying to bring him down. That wasn't her thought. Think. She didn't eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. She wasn't an evil woman. Stop down talking that woman. She got tricked and beguiled. She got tricked. And God ain't say that, so don't add on.
She didn't have the mind scheme.
She ain't had exactly. She didn't have that mind, that type of mentality. But people like to talk and say things that's not written in the book. If it's not written in the book, don't mention it. Don't say it. Huh? He said, after all things was made, after all things shall have an end. He said, after all things shall have an end, and there is no life on earth, because it's going back to silence. Yeah. There's going to come a time when will be no life on earth. Everybody going to die. The corrupt with the righteous. Righteous man going to die. The corrupt going to die. The wealthy, the rich, the poor. Everybody's going to be dead. No creatures. No animals. Huh? And then it said, I ain't going to go into that. He said, after all things shall have an end, he said, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. The only one that's going to be left is God sitting on his throne. The only one that's going to be left is God sitting on his throne. He said, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. Who was, who is, and who will be in glory. High philosophy. That's the heights of philosophy. You can't even explain that. Who was, who is, and who will be in glory. That's the future and the past, in the present. That's all at the same time. That's God. Only God, man. Who was, who is, and who will be in glory. He said he is one. He is one. Not two, not three, not four, not five. There's nobody with God. Nobody was with God, man. He said he's one. There is no second to compare to him. There's nothing that could be compared to God. There's none that can nor compare or to consort with him. Nobody's on God's level. He said without beginning and without end. You can't show me an oracle of how God started, how he was born, where he came from. There was no beginning to this God, to the God of Israel. When all deities and idols have a beginning. Egyptians, gods, and goddesses have a beginning and an end. The Christians have a God, have a deity with a beginning and an end. Muslim, Islam, whatever you want to call it, have a beginning, have a deity that have a beginning and an end. 5% have a deity or idols that have a beginning or an end. But the only one without a beginning and an end is the God of Israel. That's the only one. And the reason why our forefathers seeped and trickled on into idol worshiping, because it's lewdness that came with it. And they desired these lewdness, seeped into astrology and sun worship and moon worship. And with all these, you know what? He said, who was, who is, and who will be in glory. Right? And he is one, and there is no second to compare to him, to consort with him, without beginning and without end. To him belong strength and dominion. He runs it. God runs all. God runs it, man. God runs it. He said, he is my God, my Redeemer liveth, and a rock in my travail in the times of distress. When I'm stressed out, when I'm in trouble, I turn to God. You don't turn to lawyers. You say, you know what? Don't call no lawyer. He said, I'm going to trust in God. And if God don't get me out, he said, I'm preparing myself to do these 99 years. Next thing, the lawyer got a call from the judge. He said, if your client can come up with $20,000, I will release him. That was God. I don't know where. That was God. Next thing, he's in jail, remanded. Hold him. He's going back to prison. Next thing, the debt came through. You got euphoric first. Got hot, got all euphoric. Looked at him and said, listen, give me $1. Looked at another Spanish, said, coño. Told him, I forgot what I used to say. He said, man, give me $1, man. Gave him $1. Pulled him out the bullpen. He wasn't supposed to be out. Next thing, he going to another bullpen. Everybody happy. He said, man, what's this? He said, man, everybody here going home. He said, what? That's God, man. But that's only when you put your trust in God.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Trust in God is firm in belief, reliable. You rely on God 1,000%. I ain't worried about it. Man, listen. Look, listen here. King David was a man that had a heart like unto God. And it's, you know what? He said, hear me when I call, oh God of my righteousness. Because we got to realize one thing. God don't hear every prayer. God do not hearken on every prayer, to every prayer. Because in order for God to hearken to your prayer, you got to be accepted by God. You have to be in good standards with God.
That's right.
And we're going to get into that prayer thing. We're going to get into that prayer thing later on. I don't want to jump the gun. That's in another chapter. But in order for God to hear your prayer, my ways and my doings got to be acceptable by God. Got to be acceptable by God. That's why Cain's offering was not accepted. Because he wasn't accepted. God didn't accept Cain. And we don't know why exactly. We don't know why. But God didn't accept Cain, so therefore he didn't accept Cain's offerings. He said, but he accepted Abel. And Abel's offering, I accepted. He said, hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress. You know what enlarge means? You know what enlarge? I'm in Psalms chapter 4. Enlarge. The word for enlarge is rakav. Rakav means to give a greater scope to. Right? Scope means space or opportunity for unhampered motion. Very little space to mess up with God. Once I start to move in a path or in a way that is not accepted with God, God gonna stop me. He gonna stop me. That's why he always guided King David's feet. When King David went to avenge himself, God stopped him by using Abigail to confront him with the things that he asked for. Because he was going to commit mayhem. He was going to kill everything.
Everything that was against the wall.
He was going to kill everything. Even her. Why? Because I did you good and you returned me evil for the good that I did for you. That's why. That's why. Not because he railed on him. Not because he railed on him. I did you good and you returned me evil. That's not a good thing. And those are things that is highlighted in the eyes of God. Those are things that tells you about the ways of a person. When a person has dirty and filthy ways, he will return you evil for the good that you did to him. He will forget and put aside the good that you did for him.
Yeah.
He'll put that aside and still come at you. Mm-hmm. Solomon acknowledged that Abiathar ran with his father. Later on in history, Abiathar turned on King David and started running with, was it Abiathar? Abiathar. He said, you're deserving of death. Adonijah. Sorry. He told Abiathar, he said, you're deserving of death. But one thing that he acknowledged and hadn't thought was that you ran. What stopped him was that you ran with my father. That's what saved him. Told him to go to Anatole and don't stay there. The good that a person do for you never dies. Never dies. Once I mentioned, yo, listen, man, this guy did good, man. He did this, and this. But in this matter, he didn't do good. Okay. Just because of the good that you did for me, and I'm not like you, I got to put a distance between me and you. You cannot get emotional. You can't get emotional and deal with things according with your emotional and sin against God, because that's where sin lies. We get emotional. We get so emotional, and do things, put ourselves out of line with God.
Emotional damage.
Might have offended. That's right. He said, have mercy upon me and hear my prayer. Oh, ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame? He said, how long will you turn my honor into shame? The things that God glorified and honor in has been turned to dung. insulted God, which was what? The Shabbat, huh? Shabbat. And everything that God glorifies, we pooped on it. We defecated on it. He said, how long we love vanity? Huh? And seek after lies. Right? But know that the Lord has set apart him that is godly. You see the separation that God put between a man that has decided to serve God? Huh? That's the good that's in a person. When you made your mind up to serve God, that's what God is looking for. That's the good that God is looking for, because once you made your mind up to serve God, everything else falls in line. I'm not going to offend nobody, because that's what these laws teaches us, not to offend. That's what it teaches us. That's right. There's a treatment that comes with that. It said to set apart. The word for set apart is hifla, means to be different, to differentiate. To differentiate means what? To develop differential characteristics. Which means once you are set apart to serve God, you're going to begin to develop different character. A character going to change. Everything about you going to change towards the ways of God. To where you're going to look at a person and say, man, he or she wasn't like this. Say, he or she wasn't like this before, man. He said, you changed a lot.
We've seen it.
That's right. You changed a lot. You're not the same 2 years before. You're not the same 5 years before. You're not the same 10 years before. What changes you is the laws, is the keeping of the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. That's what changes your character and your DNA. It changes your mindset. It changes the way you think. Because the way I think and how I perceive certain things, God don't perceive it that way. So now those type of thoughts, I got to eject it because it's forward. And that's what's going to cause me to be separated and pushed away by God. So those thoughts, those even atrocious thoughts that doesn't correlate with what God says, we got to eject it.
That's right.
We got to get rid of it. He said, the Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe, stand and tremble, agitated, and sin not. Because that's the only thing that's going to stop me from sinning. It's fear. I have to be afraid to not transgress the commandment of God. If I am not afraid, then you're going to sin presumptuously. You're going to put things ahead of God, ahead of his laws. And fear, that fear, don't just come like that. We ain't born with the fear of God. Our forefathers was born with the fear of God. We were born in wickedness, seed of evildoers. Our characteristic is evil. Our nature is evil and sin. Even though you was born in the way. But I was still born in corruption. Now, as I get older, I got to work all these evil and this corruption that's embedded in my soul and work it out by adhering to the laws, commandments, and statutes. Because I don't have to remain this way. You don't have to remain this way. But we're not telling ourselves that I need to change.
That's right.
We're not accepting the fact that you need to change.
That's right.
We tell ourselves be good. I'm a good man. Oh, I'm a good woman. You get me, you got a treasure. Nah, a treasure. What makes you good? What makes you good? What makes you good?
Performance of the law.
The performance of the laws, commandments, and statutes. Covering 360.
That's right. That's right.
Improving in the laws, commandments, and statutes. That's what makes you good. We gotta cover 360. We can't come to God halfway. We can't come to God 3/4. We gotta cover all aspects, which means what? Everything that I know to be lawful and right, we gotta start doing it. We gotta start pushing these laws aside. I'll get to it later. What do you mean you get to it later? How about God saying he'll get to you later and he don't wake you up? I don't feel like waking you up. Since you don't feel like doing my laws, well, tomorrow morning, I ain't gonna feel like waking you up. And we would say, oh man, at least he died peacefully. He went to them. You don't know that. You don't know that. Depending on the man's lifestyle, you'll know how he died. Or how he felt or what he saw. That's right. Stand in awe and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your beds. Talk to yourself. Commune with yourself. Because there's another person inside of you. There's another person inside of you, wicked person, that rejects everything that you trying to suck in. That's the evil and the wickedness within us. I read, thou shalt, and then me, well, I can't agree with that. That's it.
That's the condition of the man.
That's the person we need to talk to.
That's right.
That person that tell you don't agree with what God says.
That's right.
Those thoughts and those evil ideas and imaginations that don't agree with what God says, that's the other person that's in you. It's two of you, man.
Yeah.
It ain't one of you. It's two of you.
See it right there. Can't agree.
I said in one of my raps, she said, devil's an angel sitting on shoulders.
Yeah.
I said, devil's an angel sitting on shoulders. One
Good
person
and bad.
telling you
Good
good
and
and bad, right here. And they're both in your ears. But we always lean towards the evil side. We always lean towards the things that is contrary and opposite to God. Why? Because we're stubborn. We're stubborn, we're unyielding, and we're evil.
That's right. That's right.
That's why.
That's right.
We didn't choose life. We ain't choosing God. We ain't choosing His commandments. We chose evil. I said life or death, good or evil. God said, but choose life, so that thou and thy seed may live. Which means what I chose and what I choose in life has an effect on my seed, has an effect on my children, has an effect on my sons, has an effect on my daughters. And now, by me living an atrocious and evil life, now my kids is led astray and put on a path that's not accepted. Why? Because it stems from the Father, from the head. Visiting iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Remembering the sins of the fathers upon the children. Commanding, it also means to command. He said, I will command your sins to go upon your seed.
Jump on them.
You know what that is? When you command something,
Right.
it's not something that's dead. This is this, you know what that is? Those are, listen, we can't see sin. You can't see sin with a naked eye. And when we sin against God, it weakens your spirit. It weakens your spirit and it depletes your strength to push for God. You need strength to push for this, man. Moses said, be courageous. Strength and courage. Be strong and very courageous. Because I need strength and courage to do these laws, commandments, and statutes. I got to break my back and go overboard to do these laws, commandments, and statutes. Brother said, break yourself. And you know people not breaking themselves.
Yep.
You know what break yourself means? My spirit and my mind tells me that this is right. But God said it's not right. And no matter how many times I read it, where God said it's not accepted, you frown your face at it.
Yeah.
You frown your face at it.
Yeah.
and you spit at it.
Yeah.
And you frown.
Yeah.
And you spit at it.
Yeah.
Why? Because you don't accept it. Who is you, man?
Yeah.
Who is you?
It's right there in your face. Who is you?
Who are you?
Yeah.
How can you reject the word of God?
Yeah.
How can you reject something that God said he likes or he accepts? And you reject it?
Reject it.
That's dangerous, man.
Very dangerous.
That's dangerous. How you reject things that God accept? How you accept things that God don't accept? Because I ain't never read in there where we celebrated birthdays.
Yeah, talk about it, drama.
I ain't never read in there where we celebrated birthdays.
Talk about it, drama.
Never.
Yeah.
Oh, Israel. Oh, happy birthday. What you
All
doing
of
for your
Israel.
birthday? Oh, we going out. I'm doing this. I'm doing.
Yeah.
Guess what?
The whole of Israel.
Guess what? Only 2 people celebrated birthdays.
Uh-oh.
Pharaoh and Herod killed John the Baptist.
People died.
People died on your birthday. They made sport of you on your birthday. That's why he called up either the butler or the baker,
Yeah,
and he killed them. He said, you're going to get hung.
killed the baby.
And on Pharaoh's birth, he hung them.
Yeah.
Killed them. They make sport of you on your birthdays.
Yeah.
The highest day in witchcraft is the celebration on one's birth. Why? Because it's the exaltation of oneself.
Yeah, so keep doing it.
Very, very high self-esteem. And you esteem yourself.
Yeah.
Put yourself above God.
Yeah.
But
You
continue
can't,
celebrating your birthdays.
you can't accept that? Cut
Continue
off.
celebrating your birthdays.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the book said that we celebrated birthdays.
Nowhere.
I ain't read it in Leviticus
It's not
23.
in there.
Talk about it, drama.
I ain't read about it in Leviticus 23.
Not in
Talk
there.
about it, drama.
Not in there.
From Genesis to Malachi, I never read it.
Talk about it, drama.
Never.
Not in there.
Gee. We do things that is not of God.
Yeah.
We follow customs and ways and traditions and practice of these people, and God don't accept it. Stop allowing your children, your daughters, to put on pants, man.
Yeah. Wake up.
Wake up, man.
Yeah.
That's not our culture.
Yeah.
Sweatpants. Or you can put on pants as long as it's baggy.
As long as
Our
it's baggy.
forefathers ain't wear pants.
Yeah.
Why you putting it on?
Oh, as long as they ain't got to fly.
Or they got to fly.
Yeah.
Women pants. Mixed assignment is a masculine word.
Talk about
The
it.
men makes it masculine.
Bible men makes it masculine.
And I will go deeper and explain more deeper. Pants. I-E-S. I-E-S is a suffix. Why it's called panty.
Let's go to school again.
Right? There was no feminine word
Take him to school.
for pants. They didn't wear pants. Panties, they didn't wear panties. What they did wear was girdles. There were underwears that's on the internet that's being sold and it's cheap. You ever saw those
Supermodel.
supermodels? You have 2 kinds. The kind with the string on the side where you come up and you tie. That way it prohibits you and stop you from putting it on one leg at a time. Only thing is missing is legs. The only thing is missing is the legs just cut short. So you get the underwears with the ties, and there's also a latch. You know the bras, the brassieres that you latch on in the back, they had also those latches on the side where you can take your tatomine, your underwears, latch it, click, click, take it, click, click.
Yeah. Talk about it,
Now,
drama.
when I get some bread, I'm going to switch my woman's underwears.
Not like one leg.
I'm going to get her the nice supermodel underwears with the ties on the side and the latchet on the side. Get those. Yeah, they wore underwears and stuff like that. Yeah, they wore it. But they ain't wear pants. In the time of an Apocrypha, it says to loosen the girdle of a maid, not pull down, which means this girdle had to be loosened so that I can cohabitate with her. It's not one leg at a time. I didn't have to pull it down. Stop letting your daughters wear pants. All you're doing is leading your children astray and causing them to lean towards the things that God hates. Because God is not going to put the spirit on that rebellion, Yeah, listen, man.
Talk about
God ain't going to put the spirit on you to serve God and you keep going contrary.
it. That's right.
I hope the spirit of God leads you in the path. Man, shut up.
Word.
Lead you on what path of righteousness? And you do and think that's ungodly.
God, this
So
ain't
how
no
is the
joke.
path of righteousness going to lead you?
This ain't no joke.
How?
This ain't no joke.
How?
No joke.
How is the path of righteousness going to lead you and you keep cutting your hair?
Talk about it, brother.
You keep cutting your hair. How is the path of righteousness going to lead you if you keep eating blood and fat?
Yeah. They cut off.
How is the path of righteousness going to lead you if you carry burdens on the Sabbath day?
Yeah.
The path of righteousness cannot lead you if we go against the standards and the curriculum that God has set.
Yeah. Talk about it. Talk about it. That's Miss Sugar.
It's not going to happen.
That's
You out of your mind.
Out your mind, Miss Sugar.
That's what you call the plague of the mind.
Plague of the mind.
You do it wrong,
I play the blood in my hand.
but you think you're right.
Yeah. Talk about praise God.
You do it wrong, but you think you're right.
Yeah. Talk about
We have to highlight both ways. The ways of God, and we have to do the laws and the commandments of God, because it's two different things.
Yeah.
Let us stop playing. Stop playing before God put a mark. You know what's the mark? Right here.
cut off.
Or you can't come back, or there's no progressing.
That's the cut off.
You can't progress. God cut you off. So you know what? I already noticed that you ain't gonna serve me. You ain't gonna serve me in sincerity of heart.
Yeah.
So therefore, I draw the line right
Yeah.
there. You ain't gonna be able to pass that line.
Yeah.
There's no improving in these laws, commandments, and statutes when it comes to you.
Yeah.
God don't want everybody, man.
That's right.
God don't want everybody.
Push you out.
Some people, some people look, we all got a destiny.
Destined. That's right. Don't
We
push you
all
away.
have a destiny, man.
Get away from the
You
fire.
hear me? We all have a destiny.
Yeah.
And my destiny ain't gotta be your destiny.
That's right.
Your destiny ain't gotta be
mine.
mine.
That's right.
It says, I'm gonna hit a part in here.
Take time.
It said, and all men are from the ground. God created Adam. When it said men, Adam, right? Adam. And Adam was created of the earth. Huh? In knowledge, the Lord had divided them. God has divided us. We all have separate ways. Man and woman on earth. But what God has divided me, I'm hurting your ears. What God divided you from me, which means what? We have different paths. We have different directions in life. We have different ways. Right? He said, in much knowledge, the Lord had divided them and made their ways diverse. You know what diverse is? Different. I'm different from you. You different from me. We are not the same. That's why in Amos he said, how can two walk together except they be agreed? The only way that we can agree, the only way we can be accepted, we gotta agree on one thing. We have to agree on one thing. That's the only way we're gonna be able to agree.
That's right.
If we not agreeing to one thing, we ain't gonna agree. It's gonna be static. It's gonna be static. It's gonna be static.
That's right.
Huh? He said, some of them had he blessed and exalted. Some, Abraham, blessed and exalted. Moses, blessed and exalted. King David, blessed and exalted. Joshua, blessed and exalted. Samson, blessed and exalted. I can go on and on. But some, he said, but some of them had he sanctified. That's the priest. Lewi, the high priest, the priest. He sanctified and set near him. They don't have no inheritance. Their inheritance was God. Their portion was God. So they gave services, and they did services within the temple that was dedicated to God, handling the utensils, handling the curtains and the rods, handling the sacrifices and the offerings of God. He said, but some of them had he cursed and brought low. Some had he cursed and brought low. Which means everybody's destiny is not to serve God.
That's right.
Some people's destiny is to move out of the way. It's not supposed to be here.
That's right.
Don't fret.
That's right.
That's right.
Don't fret over it.
He said, but some of them had he cursed and brought low and turned out of his way.
Turned out of his way.
Turned out, which means God leads
Nah,
you
I don't
out.
want you. God don't want you.
I don't want you. He push you out, man.
Make you do stupid.
God will push you out.
How you doing stupid?
I said, God, the Creator, will push you out.
How you doing stupid?
Because the Most High deals with according to the ways and the custom, to the ways of man, to their heart. God deals with you according to what's in your heart.
Yeah.
According to what's in your heart. He said, I try the hearts and the reins of man to know his doings.
Yeah.
We can't see the heart. I can only deal with you according to your actions. Whatever you put out and show me. So if I never showed you it, stop telling me that. I never showed you I was a decrepit one. I never dealt with you in no decrepit way. And I never showed you that way. But you, in the back of your mind, is not allowing you to trust this person or to accept this person. Because of what? Of your past and the things that you've been through. Yeah. Pride.
That's right. That's right.
He said, offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in God. I'm in Psalms 4, chapter 6. No, Psalms chapter 4, verse 6. There be many that say, who will show us any good? He said, Lord, lift thou up thy light. Let's cut that. Let's go into the law that I was going to go into. Exodus 20. Let's go into the basics. We're going to dig in today. We're going to have fun today. This is fun. This is enjoyment. This is what we're supposed to be enjoying and delighting in and rejoicing in. The laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. We need to make our mind up on what God we want to serve. We have to make our mind up on what God you want to serve.
That's right.
Because when your mind is made up, then it will bring about actions. It'll bring about actions. Time sheet, let's read.
And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
He said, God spoke all these words, saying, he said, I am the Lord thy God. He said, I'm God.
That's it.
He said, I'm God. There is no other God besides me. He said, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. That's God. He's by himself. Lebado. Uh-huh.
I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
So don't give my glory and my honor to others. Don't give my glory and honor to deities and idols that are no gods, because I'm the one that took you and delivered you out of the hand of these Egyptians. You was there for 430 years serving the Egyptians, and when we left Egypt, we left there with an Egyptian mentality, just like today. Man, we've been here so long. We have this heathenistic mentality that has gotten in the way of us to serve God. Because you can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality. You can't serve God with that type of thinking. Because those type of thinking is going to get in the way of you serving God. God said to accept it. In your mind, I can't accept it. Heathenistic mentality. Heathenistic mentality.
But nobody in the world accepts it. I know.
That's why you're nobody. Just like them.
Just like them.
Just like them.
Just like them.
Tom Sheik.
Yeah.
Out of the house of bondage.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt have no other gods before
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Stop putting things. Stop putting people. Stop putting family, sons and daughters before God.
Yeah. Right.
I said it before, and I'm going to tell you again. Your priority in life, number one, is God.
First.
First, I have to explain to my father and my mother that I live one way. And for me to miss this, it's for me to die. I can't miss this. I can't miss this. I can't indulge in certain things. I can't put things or people before God. Because now you have another God. Right? Thou shalt have no other gods. The word for other is akare. Akare means subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same views of. You look at it the same way the heathen look at it. You look at it the same way the people look at it, which makes you the same. Like them. I don't look at nothing like you.
That's right.
The way you look at it and the way I look at it is too complete. It's too different. It's too different. We always gonna disagree. Why? Because I agree with what I read in the book. I agree with what I read here. So because I agree with what God said, it's gonna give me a different type of mentality. It's gonna give me a different type of thinking.
He gonna like what you say.
That's right. To be in accordance with, to be in agreement with, right? It also means to resemble, to be like or similar, like, to be suitable or agreeable to. Right? To agree means you accept. If I agree with you, I accept it. I accept you. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions, that is against God. That is against God. So for me to show God that I don't agree with your actions, I gotta rebuke you and show you and tell you. Because if I don't rebuke you, God gonna look at me and say, I'm the same like you. But when you rebuke a person and their wrongdoings, they get angry at you. They get angry at you. Those type of people I can't be around because I can't agree with you in your fault. I can't agree with you when you're wrong according to what God says. I can't agree with you because it's bigger than you. It's bigger than me stroking your ego and appeasing you. I gotta appease my God. God that's higher than you. I gotta appease God by acknowledging His laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay? Tamshi.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Right? The word for graven image, lota seleka fesel, is a fesel. Right? A graven image is things that are graven, carved out. And this is why these people, and this is plain English. So when you go visiting these camps, and they got these staffs, and guess what's engraved on the top of the staff? Lion heads, different figures of mainly lion heads. They have engraved the image of a lion on top of the staff.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're Judah.
I'm not touching that staff.
Yeah.
I'm not touching the head of that staff.
That's all right.
Because God, I remember in Genesis 3, where Eve said, God said, ye shall not, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. But the tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, God said, thou shalt not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it. And people said, know what people said? Eve lied. How you gonna say that Eve lied when sin was not in her yet?
She don't know what a lie was.
She don't know what a lie was. She was innocent, fool. Stop calling Eve a liar. She said, God said don't eat it or don't touch it. That's what it says. She said, God said, right? You wasn't there. You wasn't there. You people speak like they was there and present. You gonna tell me what Eve felt? Her mind was when Eve was more righteous than every last one of you dudes today.
That's right.
Put together.
That's right.
That's the mother of all, man.
That's right.
That's a woman that God came to.
That's right.
and presented himself to and had conversations with. But people look at Eve and say she's a liar. When lying was not found in her. Stop calling Eve a liar. Lying wasn't found in that woman. She was innocent, simple. She was innocent, man. That's why she was able to be tricked. That's why she was able to be tricked. And the adversary, the serpent, he knew. See, he has keen insight and the ability to see within, know when I can persuade and coerce this one into doing this. But this one here, I won't be able to do it. I can't do it. So I got to leave him alone. But let him go to this one. He knew that. He knew that, man. He had keen insight and the ability to see within. Graven images. I don't have statues in my house. People say, oh, you can have a statue.
No, you can't.
As long as you don't bow down to it.
Don't say that.
As long as you don't pray to it.
It don't say
The
that.
book don't say that. It says don't have it.
Right.
Will it hurt you just to get rid of that?
Yes, it will. People are emotionally attached.
Are you losing anything by getting rid of that? What is your benefiting? What are you benefiting by having this? My father and the ancient ones in the 70s used to say, if you when in doubt, do it out. You know why that was a good saying? Because we don't have prophets and priests to explain the law. There's no Moses that we can go to explain the law.
Right.
It says what it says. Do what it says without bringing and adding in your opinions and your ands, ifs or buts. Do what the word of God says. These words came directly out the mouth of God. This was the mindset of God. So if I can agree with these laws, I will begin to have the mindset like unto God. Yeah, now we see why David was so accepted and why God did certain things for David, King David. Because now, by reading this, you will acquire the mindset of God. The first five. The first five. These was words that was reiterated and spoken to Moses in Mount Sinai. In Mount Sinai. And it will have an effect on your spirit if you read it every day.
We've seen it.
God said, he said, you will learn to fear me
We've seen
by
it.
reading this every day.
We've seen it.
Every day.
We've seen it.
It's not going to affect you right a minute. Everything is done in time, according to what you do that is holy and righteous by God. Because I have to put it into effect. I can't just read it and not do it. I got to do what I know. I got to read and do. Read and do. Read and do. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years. You got 20 years of doing this on a steady road. On a steady path, being steady with God.
Now you have to fear.
Not slipping off to the left. Not slipping off to the right. And because I have a steady, longevity path, it becomes habitual.
Right.
And you feel out of place when you're not doing it.
That's right.
Because I'm so used and I've accustomed my spirit. I have accustomed my spirit to walk one way for years. Now I feel out of place when it's not being done. Now I feel out of place staying home.
That's a scary feeling.
Because you're not going to feel out of place staying home if I'm off and on. 1 week I stay home. Next week I pop up in teachings. And have convocation. No, this thing got to be done constant in order for it to grow on you. Right? Fesel is an idol or a graven image. Idol is a false god. Right? An idol also is a likeness of something, a form or appearance visible without substance. A form or an appearance visible without substance. So now we're going to go into Wisdom of Solomon so I can prove what I'm telling you. Because people say a form or appearance visible without substance, you know what that is? You know what that is? It's pictures.
No life.
Pictures.
No substance.
Pictures of animals, pictures of creeping things,
Appearance.
pictures of humans,
That's
male
it.
and female. And we read about it in Deuteronomy 4. But I'm going to hit this up right here and show you. It says, for blessed, I mean, Wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha. That's not in the Bible. Right? Wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha, chapter 14, verse 7. Right? It said, for blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh. Yeah. I can do a lot of good things with the wood. I can build a house. You build altars. You build things and you make things. Right? But that which is made with hands is cursed, as well it. As he that made it, he because he made it, and it because being corruptible, it was called God. That's what made it corrupt. So people say, well, I don't call it God, so I can still have it. But God said you should not have or make to yourselves, which means I can't have it. He didn't say if you don't call it God, you can have it. Or don't bow down to it, you can have it. That's not what the book says.
It said, thou shalt not make,
Unto
thou
you
shalt not bow down.
That's right. That's right. It says, for the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God. For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation. Because in the creature of God, they are become an abomination, a stumbling block to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication.
Stumbling block to the souls of men. That's why the whole world is caught up.
This is why the whole world is caught up. This is why the whole world is caught up. Because, and this is why they took the Apocrypha out of the Bible. It was separated.
It breaks it down.
Because it breaks down everything that we read about in this book. It explains the reason why idols and what it does to your spirit and what it does to you. And this idols and worshiping of idols has ensnared the world. The world has been trapped.
That's why everybody thinks like that.
All right? He said, therefore, he said, for the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the indentation of them, the corruption of life. Right? I'm going to skip down to verse 15. He said, for a father afflicted with untimely mourning. Right? A father afflicted with untimely mourning. It means the father is mourning. He's crying. He's hurt. Right? Why? Because of death.
Untimely mourning.
Untimely mourning. He said, when he had made in the image of his son, soon taken away. He had an image of his child. Right? Now honor him as a God, which was then a dead man, and delivered to those that were under him ceremonies and sacrifices. Ceremonies and sacrifices. This is why I said, and this is why I buried my father this way. We didn't have no ceremony. Right? We didn't have no what's that paper? Eulogy, obituaries. We didn't do none of that. You know why? No waste, no funeral, because that's not the custom and the ways of our God, of my God. That is all those things was included in the ceremony. That's right. All those things was included in the ceremony. When a person died, you buried him, and that was it. Cried for you for 30 days, and that was it. No repast. Where we go visit a person's house, we had food and drinks. We didn't have that. Those are all customs that we don't, in honor of the dead.
Yeah.
We don't need to follow those things.
The
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Exodus 20.
Yes.
Exodus 20,
Uh-huh.
verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Graven image.
or any likeness.
Or any likeness. The word for likeness is temuna.
Pictures.
What does temuna mean?
Pictures.
Pictures. The whole, all these so-called Hebrew scholars. But they can't read that where it says pictures. Pictures is plain and simple. Likeness, it means temuna, it means pictures.
Of anything that is in heaven above.
No picture of what's in heaven above.
Or that is in the earth
No
beneath.
picture of that which is in the earth beneath.
Or that is in the water.
No
under
picture
the earth.
of that what is in the that's in the waters under the earth. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
That's
nor
a
serve them.
period. After that,
After that,
it's a semicolon, which means it goes into a different verse. Now he goes into something different. He said you can't have it.
in heaven.
Semicolon. Stop. He said, thou shalt not. Now he's going into something else. You can't have it. I can have it as long as I don't bow down to it. No, you can't have it. Neither can you bow down to it. Neither can you worship it. The word for bow down is tishtakaweh, means to prostrate, means to worship. And worship is admiration, adoration. Okay? Adoration and admiration. That's a form of worship, which means you can't admire. Admiration goes to God. Adoration goes to God and no one else. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them.
Abad. To comply to the commands and the demands of. To comply to the commands and the demands of. So all I gotta do is agree. All I gotta do is comply to the commands and demands of God. And you can be a servant of God also.
Same way.
Same way. Tom Sheep.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous
For
God.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. You know what jealous means? El Quana. Intolerant of unfaithfulness.
Not having it.
Intolerant of unfaithfulness. We showed that we were unfaithful to God by turning towards the things that God hates and despises. Okay? By turning towards the worshiping and the glorification of idols and deities. Tom Sheep.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers, remembering the sins of the fathers, commanding the sins, commanding your sins.
Upon the
fathers,
children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation,
unto the third and fourth generation
of them that hate me.
Them that hate me. Which means this is an ongoing thing. Generation to generation, they're just going to keep going. Until one person decides to stop. Until one person decides to break the cycle. You continue. You made your mind up to live different and according to the standards that God has set. Now I can break that cycle, and my fathers and my fathers' fathers and my fathers' fathers' sins don't have to ride me. You can stop it. Tom Sheep.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Now it said thousands of generations of them that hate me, right? Lesson 9. Lesson 9 means my enemies. And we have become an enemy of God. Yes, we are enemies of God. How we become enemies of God when we go against his laws? Plain and simple. But people go against God's law and say, man, God love me.
Right.
God love me. God love us.
Yeah. Blatantly going against God.
But if you go against God, how is God going to love you and you keep going against his word?
Clown.
Read verse 6.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that
And
love
showing
me.
mercy.
Unto thousands of
To
them
thousands
that love
of
me.
them that love me.
and keep my commandments.
So it goes hand in hand. Showing mercy, kesed, showing righteousness, favoritism to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Love, affection based on admiration, benevolence, and common interests. What is admiration? What is benevolence? And common interest, you ain't got to explain.
Right.
We both got the same interests.
Same interests.
In order for me to love God, I have to have the same interest as God. So in order to show God that I have the same interest as him, I can't sin presumptuously. To say that my interest is yours. My interest, I'm interested in what you are interested in, God. And that also triggers love between two people. Love. You can't love me if you're not interested in what I'm interested in.
No way.
We have to have the same interests.
They said we don't have nothing in common.
Nothing in common. Nothing in common. We gotta have the same interests. You gotta be interested in this.
That's why we can't.
My interest is this. Your interest gotta be in this, and then we'll be at one. And then we'll be one.
That's what makes you one.
But if my interest ain't your interest, we can't be one.
It's all
If there's no love there. Because love triggers interest. Guess what else love triggers? Admiration. But that goes to God.
That's God.
Admiration, admiring, esteem, feelings of delighted or astonished approbation. Astonished approbation is an act of approving formally or officially. Which means what, man? I voiced this on top of a hill. I voiced this anywhere that I serve God. I serve the God of Israel. And I live according to the laws, commandments, and statutes. I don't do this. I don't live this way. I don't rock like this. I don't do this. That's when you love God. You begin to voice it formally and start making declarations in front of whoever. In front of whoever. I tell my parents, father, mother, sister, brother, I'm not ashamed of this. But we have become ashamed of God. We have become ashamed of God, ashamed of the lifestyle that you have taken, that you are living, because your family don't know you to be this way. Your family don't know you to be this way. Your friends don't know you to be this way.
Society don't know you.
Mama, Papa, I'm a different person. I'm different. This is a different Shama that you met, that you had when I was born. I'm not the same Shama. I have dedicated my life to God by doing his laws, commandments, and statutes. What you mean, son? This is what I mean. Come here. Look here. Read. You know what the person gonna say? Wow. I didn't know this was there. I didn't know that was there. I never read that.
All that is in there.
All that is in there. You mean God said to kill that person for doing this? Oh, you mean God said to hang this one for doing this?
Such a dread God.
Wow, I noticed that he said to hang this one, kill this one. But this God also will love you too.
It's so terrible.
This God will also have mercy upon you too. This God also will have compassion and pity on you too. But in order to get that, I got to honor his laws. I'm not going to get that if I don't honor God. I got to get that. In order to get that, I got to honor his laws, commandments, and statutes. In order to receive those things. Benevolence. Tendency. Right? Disposition to do good. You know a disposition to do good? You're prone. You're prone to do good. You have it in you to do good. You're inclined to do good. What is good? Because our definition of good is misconstrued. You ain't no good man if you ain't following God. You're not a good woman if you ain't following God. That's what makes you good. How do I know this? Because the Most High killed Jeroboam's son. He said because he had good in him. The good in him was to serve God. And he didn't allow him to live because he would have got tainted and profaned, tainted by his father. And God saw that the child had good in him to serve God, but if I keep this child alive, he gonna get tainted. He gonna turn. So God took him out in his innocence. I wish God would have took me out of my baby when I was innocent. So that I won't profane myself. I ain't experienced and I don't know nothing. I'm innocent. Yeah. I wish God would have took me out as a baby. So now, what I got riding on me is millions of iniquities that I can't even count. And I got to battle with myself and force myself to live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes, not allowing myself to get pushed away. Real easy. A lot of people ain't going to understand that. A lot of people ain't going to understand that, man. And that comes in what? It goes on another level. You ain't going to understand it because we not on the same level. Tom sheet.
Verse 7.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Verse 7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Okay? For the Lord thy God will not hold him guiltless that taking his name in vain. Which means you're not going to get away. You're not going to get away. We cannot use the name and mention the name of God.
Talk about it.
Okay? You cannot mention, or because, listen, the name of God is holy.
That's right. Talk about it.
It's holy.
Talk about it.
In Amos 6, it states that he said, hold your tongue.
That's right.
Or Amos 6 or Amos 5, it said, hold your tongue, for we may not make mention of the name of the Lord thy God.
That's right.
That name is holy, man.
That's clear and simple.
That name is holy. In Genesis, it says, I was not known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh.
By the name that everybody call him today.
As Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. He said, I was known to them as God Almighty, which is El Shaddai.
Talk about it, bro.
He said, I am the Lord your God. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's right.
So that's why I don't mention God's name. I don't write it. I don't text it. That name is holy.
That's right.
And it ought to be treated as such.
That's right. Clowns.
Only means you don't.
I don't mess with that name, man.
Talk about it, man. Talk about it.
I don't mess with that name, man.
Clowns.
I don't mess with that name. Let's read.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Uh-huh.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Uh-huh.
Remember the Sabbath day.
Remember the Sabbath day. Be mindful of the Sabbath day. Be aware of the Sabbath day. How do you remember the Sabbath day? How do you remember the Sabbath day? By not profaning the Sabbath. By not violating the Sabbath. Remembering the rules and that God has stated to observe the Sabbath day. So now we're going to do a brief rundown. Okay? How do you profane the Sabbath day? In Isaiah 58, it says to what? He said, don't nor speaking of matters, right? Which means you should not speak of things that is not about the book. If it's not about the book, you shouldn't speak about it. You shouldn't mention it. The only things that we need to be conversing and speaking about are holy things. Okay? In Exodus 16, it states the word when it spoke about manna, right? It said, prepare that what you're going to prepare today. The word for prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare, to arrange. So I don't prepare nothing on, I got to make sure I prepare everything before the Sabbath. I got to make sure I arrange everything before the Sabbath.
That's right.
I have to make sure everything is set up and cooked before the Sabbath. Because guess what? The word Shabbaton means a general strike. Shut down. Work stoppage. Okay? That's what that is. So when we find it hard to accept and acknowledge the word of God, you are everything in the book.
That's right.
You're everything in the book.
Including the clown.
You're everything in the book, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Clown.
Now let's check this out. Now go ahead, read. Remember the Sabbath day
to keep
to
it
sanctify
holy.
it. Right? To keep it holy. Read.
6 days shall thou labor. And
6
do all thy work.
days shall thou labor. 6 days shall you work and do all thy work. But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of
is
the
the
Lord thy
Sabbath
God.
of the Lord thy God.
In it, thou shalt not do any work.
In it, thou shalt not do any work. Read.
Thou,
nor
thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy
thy
manservant,
manservant,
nor thy
the
maidservant,
maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor the cattle.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gate.
Now, that's your house.
That's your house. Yeah.
That's your household.
That's everybody in your house.
That's everybody within your house. Right? Now, no one is exempt.
No. No exceptions.
No exceptions.
Down to the cat.
Down to the look. No
Cattle,
exceptions.
everybody.
Which means if my family come down and want to visit my home, then this is the rules and the standards that comes with being here.
Right.
Okay? There's rules and standards that come with being here. If you, okay, you can't watch TV. There's no cleaning up here. When I leave to go to teachings and congregate, you coming with me. I didn't go to teachings and left behind people in the house.
No.
Because now guess what? I might as well stay home.
I might as well stay home. It don't count.
It don't count.
What I'm doing right now don't count. It's
Yes.
in my house,
Which
right?
means what?
That's right.
You jamming yourself.
Right.
You
Everybody.
jamming yourself. You getting jammed because you're allowing things to happen and go down in your house. Because God said what? He said, I know Abraham will command his household after him.
He's going to make sure.
Which means everything in the house has to follow suit. Everything that's in the house must fall under the order of God. Aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews. If you don't have in mind to fall under the order that is set by God, you can't stay here. Sorry. Son, daughter.
They big now.
That's it. Let's read. He said, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
6 days shall thou labor.
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work.
The seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Thou, nor thy son,
nor your son,
nor thy daughter,
your daughter,
thy
your
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
the cattle.
nor thy strangers.
The cattle can't even work. That's why I could tell you that our forefathers did not travel on the Shabbat. Because to travel on a horse or on a cattle or on a mule, you're working them.
Working them.
You're working them.
That's their job.
Everything was left and stood still on Shabbat. Tamshi.
For 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth.
For 6 days, the Lord made the heaven and earth.
The sea.
The sea.
And all that in
And all that in the midst. God created everything. God, the creator, the Most High, has the power of the spoken word. The power, when God has the power of the spoken word. You know what the power of the spoken word is? When you speak things into existence. Only God could do that. There was no combustion. There was no sign. That's why God created the herb of the field before the sun was created, so that you can't say that it was photosynthesis or some type of greenhouse effect.
Didn't need the sun.
Oh, that's good.
It was there before the sun.
You didn't need the sun. Everything went down and happened at the commandment of God.
That's correct. Keep it that way. That's right.
After the herb of the field and everything grew, then guess what came after that? The sun.
Then he said he made the stars also.
He made the stars also. That's right, Tamshi.
For 6 days, the Lord
For
made
6
heaven
days,
and
the Lord
earth,
made heaven and
the
earth,
sea,
the sea and all that in the midst.
It rested the seventh
Rested
day.
on the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed
Wherefore the
Sabbath
Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and
blessed the
hallowed it.
seventh day, and hallowed it. He hallowed it. He separated it. He sanctified it. Read.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Kabed et abika ve imeka. Kabed means to honor. Kabed also means to glorify. Glorification. To honor means to live up to. Live up to or fulfill the terms of. What fulfill the terms of means? To fulfill the conditions of your parents. Of your parents. Which means your parents have conditions and terms that they expect. That they expect you to live by and to hold. I gotta live according to those things. Expectations. What your parents expect of you.
You have to hold that.
I gotta hold that down. My father and my mother don't expect for me to go aside from this.
Right.
So when your parents has raised you up one way and you turn away out, the only thing that is accepted when your parents has raised you up with a Christian way of life and you turn away from that Christian way of life to serve God, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nothing is wrong with that.
Ain't nothing is wrong with that. But when you turn out of the way of serving the true and living God to serve idols and worship deities. That's right. Now that's dishonor. Tamshi.
Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt
Honor who? Honor thy father and thy mother, in order that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Lo tirzak. To murder. Tirzak. Okay? Not kill. Not kill.
No.
Not kill.
No.
I gotta kill to eat. I kill. Sometimes someone may be chasing me to take my life. And if I kill him before he kill me, that's accepted by God. Because he's seeking my blood. And if I don't kill him, he gonna kill me.
Kill you.
I gotta protect myself.
The
The word is razak, means to murder. When you take a life that's not justifiable by the laws of God. I can't kill a person and God ain't said to kill him. You don't like him. I'll push your word back. Push your word back for what? Why? For what? Why you want to push his word back? Because you want to seem tough? You want to seem like you're a big man? And you think you big? No, the only thing that a man serve God. That's right. Anybody could kill and murder. That's right. Anybody could do that. A gangster serve God. A gangster or a man honors the word of God
That's right.
and follows after the ways of God. That's
That's right.
gangster.
That's
That's
right.
a man.
That's right.
Let's get that straight,
That's
man.
gangster.
Let's get that straight. When you start doing things, talking about it ain't gangster because you're going against.
That's a fact.
You're going against the standards and the curriculum that God set.
Big fact.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Now we're gonna dig deep with this one. Man, I found some studies. But man, okay, now we're gonna dig deep with this one here. Adultery. God said that adultery for a man is when they cohabitate or have sex with a married woman. The woman has to be married for it to be adultery. Right? Because God has allowed a man to have more than one wife. If he can marry her. Right? Adultery for a woman is when she cohabitate with a man besides her husband. Okay? Adultery, meaning what? To adulterate. To corrupt. To make impure. By the addition of foreign or inferior substance. Your body is used to my substance. My substance that leaves my body is not inferior to you. What becomes inferior is when you make changes and you decide to go to someone else. Scientists, look at this here. Look at this, man. God never explained. He just said, thou shalt not. He said, don't do it. And it's your job not to do it. God ain't got to explain to you. This is why Abraham was put on a higher level, in a high pedestal, because God didn't have to explain nothing to Abraham. He had what we don't have. Blind allegiance. We got to explain everything to a sucker. Now listen here. Anytime scientists in Harvard and high universities don't argue with this, don't argue with this. He said, anytime you change a man, the chemistry of your body changes. Woo. Listen, it blew my mind when I read it. Anytime something foreign enters your body, it alters and changes your body chemistry. Your body is used to my juices. You decide, man, I need something different. You sleep with John over here. The chemistry of your body changes. Right? It can't go back to what it was before. It can never go back to what it was before. That's why God said, once you divorce her or divorce a woman, she gets me married, she's profaned for you. I can't take her back. Okay? I can't take her back. Right? Woman retains and absorbs DNA. I read this, I almost cried. Woman retains and absorbs DNA from every man that she sleeps with. Woo! Blew my mind. Blew my mind. I almost caught her head. My head almost exploded. I said, what? Every woman, every man that she sleeps with, she retains DNA from every man. That's the reason why God said, don't sleep around. Don't jump around like the house. Jump around. Jump, hop from each pogo stick. Sleep with this one, sleep with that one, sleep with that one, sleep with that one. And guess what? I have retained DNA from Tom, Dick, Harry, and Lewis. And now the DNA that I done, that's my dog. The DNA that my body has absorbed, it affects the woman. You're gonna read about it.
It's a whole transfer.
Listen. He said, woman releases, right, a hormone that causes them to peer bond. Woman releases a hormone that causes you to bond and pair with your mate. Okay? Okay? When you have casual sex, it leads to when it leads to a decrease in this neurochemical production, which means this chemical that the brain releases, it decreases it. The pair bonding decreases. It decreases. Guess what happens when it decreases? Oh my gosh. Listen, neurochemical production, it decreases it. Huh? It interferes with the woman pair bonding. Just by me sleeping around, sleeping around with different men, it decreases it decreases and it stops you to be able to pair bond. So now, when I decided to settle down, you can't settle down. You can't settle. It's a chemical imbalance, and now that's the cause of the uproar, the arguments, the debates, the different mentalities. Why men in marriage don't last? Because you done slept around too much, too many times. You done slept around with Tom, Dick, Harry, Lucille, two news. Who's this one? Listen, I can't even remember the names.
That makes sense.
And then that gets in the way of you agreeing. This is why it is statistically proven that a woman that have not slept around or virgins are easily manageable than a woman that been around. Because she didn't have too many men. Naturally.
She got 6 different men DNA in her.
Okay? Listen to this. Right? Listen to this. You see, when you have casual sex, it leads to a decrease in this neurochemical production and interferes with the woman pair bonding with a man because of repeated sexual encounters with multiple partners. It neutralizes the brain. When a female chooses to engage in casual sex, breaking bond after bond, you link up, you bond, it's broken. For whatever reason. I link up, I bond, I broke it. For whatever reason. I link up, I bond, I break it. For whatever reason, man, you done ran through about 100 dudes. Right? Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's wrong, but sometimes a good woman, can meet a man that's not good, and she gotta leave. She gotta go. And this is why the fathers always chose the husbands for their daughters. They didn't allow the woman to choose their men. They didn't allow the woman to choose their men. Because, okay, I ain't gonna break off. Right? He said, when a female chooses to engage in casual sex, breaking bond after bond with each new sexual partner, the brain forms a new synaptic map of one-night stands. Of one-night stands. When the individual later desires a permanent partner, the brain mapping will have to be overcome, making a permanent bond more difficult. It's harder for you to bond with that one man. Scientists found DNA in the brain of a woman during autopsies. When the body dead, they test everything, the brain, everything. And they found DNA in the woman's brain during the autopsy. He said each autopsy, each man she encounters during sex, that man DNA can be found in that woman, which will make it hard for that woman to be one with that man. That's why she's become more stubborn and difficult to handle. Oxytocin is produced in the hypothalamus, a part of the brain. Females usually have higher levels than men. Men got it, but it's not as high as the woman. Women have very high levels of this thing here, right? Okay? Hypothalamus is a region of the forebrain which coordinates both the autonomic nervous system and the activity of the pituitary. controlling body temperatures, thirst, hunger, and other homeostatic systems, and involved in sleep and emotions, emotional activities. That's when I read that, it blew my mind. Blew my mind. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Read it again.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, speak with us, and we will hear. But let not Israel speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people,
Hold up. Now, he said, thou shalt not steal.
Yeah.
To steal, right?
Right.
Just came in. He said, thou shalt not witness against thy neighbor.
Yeah.
To witness means what? You shall not answer. You shall not answer against thy neighbor. Right? He said, against a false witness. Right? Okay? Thou shalt not covet, lust, or desire thy neighbor's house. To covet, lust, or desire your neighbor's house, I have to want something that don't belong to me. Okay? Now, and when people covet, then that's when stealing starts. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 7.
Jeremiah chapter 7. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from El Israel, saying, stand in the gate of the house of El Israel's house and proclaim there this word, and say, hear the word of El Israel, all ye of Yehuda that enter in at these gates to worship El Israel.
He said what? Read that chapter over.
The word that came to Yirmiyahu from El Israel, saying, stand in the gate of El Israel's house.
Stand in the gate of who?
El Israel's house.
Of Israel's house. Where was God's house? Where was God's house? Jerusalem. Okay. Go ahead.
And proclaim there this word and say, hear the word of El Israel, all ye of Yehuda that enter in at these gates to worship El Israel. Thus saith El Israel, the El of hosts.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
God of Israel.
The God of Israel.
Amend your ways and your doings.
Amend your ways and your doings. Amend your ways and your doings. Which means your ways got to be changed. We got to change our ways before God. Right?
Right.
And our ways got to be changed. Our doings got to change. What is your doings? Your deeds. Things that you do. Also the activities in which a particular person engages in. So I got to be careful with the things that I engage in that is not of God.
Yeah.
Okay, Tamshi.
And I will cause you to dwell in this place.
And I will cause you to dwell in this place. Tamshi.
Trust ye not in lying words, saying, the temple of El Israel, the temple of the Lord are these.
The word for trust is batak. Trust is what? Firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength in God, in someone, and also in God. That's when you begin to have 100% trust in God.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead, Tamshi.
For if ye thoroughly amend your ways and your doings.
For if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings.
If you thoroughly execute judgment between
if
a
you
man
execute
and his neighbor.
Judgment between a man and his neighbor. Which means when you're executing judgment, there's no partiality don't happen.
Uh-oh.
What goes on? I can't be partial when I'm judging between two people, which means I can only judge in favor of the one that is righteous or holy by God.
Right.
The things, all right, let's go, let's read.
If you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent
If what?
blood.
Read that again.
If you oppress not the stranger,
If you oppress not the stranger,
the fatherless,
the fatherless,
and the widow.
the widow. Stranger is one that wasn't of Israel, that have decided to serve God.
Yeah.
Sojourner is different, right? That's why it says, he said, ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. We was not sojourners. Sojourners are when you pass through. We didn't pass through Egypt. We lived in Egypt, and God referred to us as strangers. So those are two different words, sojourner and stranger. According to the passage that we read is what it fits, right? It said we were strangers in the land of Egypt. Tom she reads, it says strangers that come amongst us, the fatherless that don't have a father, the widow that her husband died and she stayed to herself. Tom she.
And shed not innocent blood in this place.
And shed not innocent blood in this place.
Not to walk after other gods.
Not to walk after other gods to your hurt. Tom she.
Then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I have given to your fathers, forever and ever. Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. Will ye steal?
Will ye steal?
Murder?
And
commit adultery?
And
swear falsely?
And
burn incense to
burn incense unto Baal. Now, notice that incense was only burnt during the sacrifices. Incense was only burnt during sacrifices in the temple. They didn't burn incense nowhere else. They didn't burn incense nowhere else.
Right.
Only during sacrifices. And they burned incense to pagan gods and deities.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
And this is why I don't burn incense in my house. Because the incense was only burned in sacrifices or offerings towards God.
Yeah.
You never read nowhere else where incense was burnt. And if you started burning incense anywhere else, guess what? Somebody was looking for you. You're going to get killed.
Yeah.
They're going to ask you who you was you burning these incense to. Tom Sheet.
And walk after other gods whom you know not.
Tom Sheet.
And come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations. Is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers?
Is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers? You know what the word robbers means? The word for robbers is paritz. Paritz means vicious or violent man. Now let's get this straight now. You can be violent for God or vicious for God when someone violates and profanes the day or violates the commandments of God. I can get vicious for that. Right? But they didn't walk around just vicious and violent for no reason. For anything. You know what's the word for vicious? The definition of vicious, having the nature or quality of vice. Before I go on, you know what vice is? Vice means moral corruption. Moral corruption, moral fault, blemishes, defects. Okay? Blemishes and defects. What causes you to have a blemish or a defect? Iniquity, sin. Because when we sin and go against the commandment of God, it blemishes your spirit. It's a defect on your spirit. Right?
Right.
Quality of vice or immorality, defective, faulty. Time sheet.
Is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it.
What verse you at?
12.
Okay.
But go ye now unto my place which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. Now, because ye have done all these works, said Israel, I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. And I called you, but ye answered not. Therefore, what I do unto this
He said,
house,
now, because ye have done all these works, said the Lord, he said, and I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. You didn't hearken to the word of God. You still stubborned up and did and went according to how you thought it was right.
Right.
We are very stubborn. We sit down in these seats and stubborn up against the word of God. And we don't check ourselves. We don't check ourselves to say, well, listen, man, I'm wrong. I need to pipe this down and accept what I'm hearing. But we stubborn up against the word of God. Right? Go ahead, read.
Now, because ye have done all these works, said Israel, and I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking,
but ye heard not. Read.
And I called you, but ye answered
not. Ye answered not. When did God call us? When the first day you heard about this.
Yeah.
Sometimes your calling could be that person. Because this person is the one that brought God to you. They showed you who God was. So now it's up to you to accept it. Now it's up to you to accept it. Listen, God don't speak to me. Yeah, God spoke to you. Yeah, God spoke to you. And he used this person or that person or this over here to reveal to you the word of God. Because he saw fit. You ever wondered what makes you different? Why am I different? Why did it come to me? And then it didn't go to my brother. And it didn't go to my sister. And it didn't go to my cousin. And it didn't go to my aunt. And it skipped my mother and my father and came to me. Yeah. You ask yourself that. Yeah. You have something good in you that they don't have. Yeah. But it's not for you to big your chest up and push your chest up and put that in their face.
That's right.
You appreciate it. And you appreciate it by pushing up towards God.
That's right.
Pushing towards his laws, his commandments, and statutes.
That's right. That's right.
Time sheet.
Fourth thing. Therefore will I do unto this house which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight.
I will cast you out of my sight. You see what God did to us, man? You see what God did to us? He kicked us. Look, man. Look, man. Why God had to kick us, cast us, and disperse us, and separate us? Why? Because we refuse to hearken to what God says. We refuse to hearken to what God said, man. Read. As I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Tom Sheet.
I cast out all your old brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore, pray not thou for this people.
Therefore, pray not thou for this people. Stop praying for people. Why God said don't pray for these people? Because they're wicked.
That's why.
And you have people today that pray for other people and they're wicked.
Yeah, I don't want you praying for me.
They're evil.
You're in my prayers.
Good.
Okay? He said, neither lift up a cry nor a prayer for them, neither make intercession. You know what intercession is? Intercession means saying a prayer on behalf of another.
Yeah.
Saying a prayer on behalf of other people.
Yeah.
We don't do these things.
We can't pray for other people. You know why? Because number one, we pray for people that's evil. We pray for people that's against God. We pray for people that hate God.
That's right.
They hate your God.
That's right.
I'm not praying for nobody.
That's right.
I pray for myself.
That's right.
I pray for my children.
That's right.
I pray for my wife and my mother.
That's right.
I pray for my brothers and sisters, my family. Most I give them a good ruach. Family.
That's it.
Do that.
He said, for I will not hear thee. Tom Sheep.
Therefore, pray not thou for this people, now lift up a cry for them, now to make intercession to me, for I will not hear thee. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Yehuda?
See what they do in the cities of Judah
And in the streets of
Jerusalem?
The children gather wood.
The children gather wood.
The fathers kindle the
The
fire.
fathers kindle the fire.
The women knead their dough.
The women knead their dough
To make cakes to the queen
to
of
make
heaven.
cakes to the queen of heaven. Stop right there. You know what's the word
Write
for
it down.
cakes? The word for cakes is kawanim. Kawanim means sacrificial cakes.
Yes, sir.
They ain't making no sacrificial cakes today.
Yes, sir.
But this is why I stop my family, and this is why I stop my kids from eating Oreo cookies.
All right.
What's one?
Oreo cookies has symbols and signs on top of the cookies. It has a wreath, it has a cross, it has a clover leaf, it has a cross,
A Lorraine cross.
and a Lorraine cross, right?
Lorraine cross.
All those things, that's what the Oreo cookie has on it. And when you eat it, this is a dedicated thing.
Cross.
These are things that was dedicated to idols and deities.
The
Skittles.
same as hot cross.
Okay?
buns.
The same as hot cross buns. All right?
Yeah.
Now, you say they made cakes to the Queen of Heaven. Okay? The Queen of Heaven was what?
The moon.
Right?
AKA.
The Queen of Heaven The Queen of Heaven was a title given to the number of ancient sky goddesses worshipped throughout the ancient Mediterranean and the ancient Near East, called Anat, Isis, Nut, Astarte, Asherah, all these, right? Semiramis. Semiramis was also known as Ashtoreth, Asherah, Ishtar, also known as Easter,
Yeah.
right? Semiramis married her son Nimrod. Nimrod became a god man to the people, became a god to the people. And Semiramis, his wife / mother, became the queen in ancient Babylonia. Nimrod was killed in his body and was cut in pieces and sent to different parts of his kingdom. Semiramis found all his body parts except for one part, which was his genital. So they made a phallus in honor of this of Nimrod.
That's right.
Right? Semiramis claimed that Nimrod cannot be resurrected without it.
Yep.
Different stories. This is the story of JC. It's just every country has a different story, a different version. Has a different version. It couldn't be resurrected without it, and told the people of Babylon that Nimrod had ascended to the sun and was now called Baal, the sun god. Semiramis created a religion called Christianity. She set herself up as a goddess. She also claimed that she was immaculately conceived. She taught that the moon was a goddess that went through a 28-day cycle and ovulated when full. That's the beginning of Easter eggs. She was also known as Ishtar, aka Easter. She claimed that she came down from the moon as a giant egg that fell in the Euphrates River. Semiramis became known as Ishtar, aka Easter, and the egg became known as the symbol of Ishtar. Right? When Nimrod had sex with his mother and had a son named Tammuz, the sun god child, right? When Tamtam was killed, Ishtar started the people to weep for him for 40 days. That's called Lent. 40 days of Lent. Okay? Lent, season of preparation of our Easter. Catholic claims it is a season of fasting which prepares for Jake's resurrection. For Jake's resurrection. Now, Baal, right? Baal, idol god, worshipped in many ancient Middle Eastern communities, especially the Canaanites and fertility deity. Baal Peor. Baal means Lord. Peor, an idol of the Moabites in whose worship female prostituted themselves,
Uh-huh.
right? The worship of Baal Peor, which Baal Peor meaning Lord of the opening, Lord of the woman's opening, right? Peor, the root word is pa'al, means open wide, the cleft or the gap or the woman's opening. In ancient times, Baal was considered a sun god. The cleft or the opening to which Peor referred to was the woman's vagina. The counterpart to Baal was the goddess Ashtoreth, the female principle. A temple of Baal was a wooden pole, which is called the Asherah. Okay? With the carvings of a female goddess either in it or next to it. So they have to carve and engrave the goddess, the deity, in that pole.
Like a totem pole.
Right. In this way, the female principle and male principle was represented. While all sexual immorality gives homage to Baal, worship of Baal Peor was most obscene. In honor of the cult, Baal Peor would expose themselves, bowing down to the ground with the bottoms up and eating from a place associated with body waste. That's oral sex. The temple had dedicated prostitutes, and worshippers ate from their cleft in order to commune with Baal Peor. Females and male prostitutes participated in this worship, glorifying the female principle. Whether the man did the act or had it done to him, he had to sacrifice his manhood. You know what his manhood is?
Yeah, you know what that means.
You know what his manhood is? When he get penetrated from behind.
Yeah.
And all that was included in the worship of Baal Peor. To join the act, he effeminized himself. This brought glory to Baal Peor worshippers. Now you see why God said a man should not lay with mankind. Because all that is in worship of Baal Peor. And the only way for two men to lay with each other, somebody got to get pumped. It's nasty, man. That's not acceptable by God, man. And I'm not accepting it. And God said, you do that, you dead. You're supposed to die. I can't tolerate it.
It's obscene.
It's obscene. It's nasty. It's ugly. God don't accept that, man. He said by debasing himself physically and spiritually before the cleft. A stripper pole is a reenactment of the sexual rites of Baal worship. You are initiated in the worship of Baal Peor by committing the acts of oral sex, lesbianism, and homosexuality.
Accept all of that.
Okay? Let's read. Verse 19.
Do they provoke me to anger, say El Israel? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces?
Yes, we provoke God to anger. We provoke him and provoke him and provoke him by going aside, by following after the customs and the traditions of these people that we live amongst. And by provoking and keep sticking and sticking and sticking, God is going to get angry with you and put you through certain things so that you can bethink yourself. But sometimes we don't even bethink ourselves. Some sheep.
Therefore, thus said El Israel, behold, mine anger, my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man and upon beast, and upon the trees of the field, and upon the fruit of the ground. They shall burn, and shall not be quenched. Thus said El Israel, the El of hosts, put your burnt offerings.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel.
Put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices.
The word for put, it says sapa. You know what it means? To destroy. Destroy your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh. He said, destroy all that, man. I don't want it. It's not accepted. Right? For I spake not unto your fathers, Tamshi.
And commanded them in the day that I brought them out.
Nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. I didn't come to you and tell you I wanted this. I didn't come to you and tell you and ordain that you burn sacrifices and peace offerings and set up sacrifices and offerings to me. What God told him, Tamshi,
But this thing commanded
So
I
this is
them,
what I
saying,
commanded of you.
obey my voice.
Obey my voice.
I will be your
Plain
God.
and simple. You hearken to my voice, you obey my voice, I will be your God.
Deal.
So if that's a deal, that was the covenant.
That's the covenant.
He said, obey my voice, man. That's it. That's all we had to do was obey God. When we did not obey God and we begin to sin against God, now the offerings had to come into play. Because the peace offering was to regain the favor back, to get back in God's graces,
Right.
to get back in favor of God.
Right.
But before I send up the peace offering, I got to send up a sin offering.
Right.
I got to send up a sin offering.
That's right. That's right.
Because I done violated the commandments of God. So the sin offering goes up. And not after you, that tells you there, man. Oh, I repented. Yeah, but God can still be angry with you.
That's right.
I fasted and I prayed for it, but that don't deplete and assuage the anger of God.
That's right.
Why you think after a while they sent up that peace offering?
That's what peace offerings about. Make sure I'm good.
Make sure, I want to make sure I'm good with God. We can't set up no more peace offerings. There ain't no more peace offerings and sin offerings and burnt
All those
offerings.
opportunities are gone.
All those opportunities are gone.
Careful your lips.
Come, see?
And ye shall be my people, and walk in all the ways that
He
I
said,
command
obey
you.
my voice, and ye shall, then we'll be, he said, then ye shall be my people. What verse you at?
And middle of 23.
Okay, go ahead. My people.
And walk in all the ways that I have commanded you.
Uh-huh.
And it may be well unto you.
Uh-huh.
But they hearkened not, nor inclined their
They
ear,
didn't listen. They didn't hearken. They didn't incline their ear. Uh-huh.
but walked in the counsels and the imagination of their evil heart.
They walked in the counsels and in the imaginations of their evil heart, of their evil mind. You went and you followed and you listened to yourself. You listened to your mind, to that decrepit, abominable mind of yours that told you everything contrary against God. Your mind is what's getting in the way of you accepting what God says.
Keep on.
Your mind.
Every time.
Your mind is what's telling you not to accept this. Your mind is what's telling you to disagree with this.
The other time.
Your mind is what's telling you to kick dirt on this. Your mind is what's telling you to accept this, but don't accept that over here. Your mind is what's telling you to frown at certain things that's read and
Right.
spoken.
Building an obstacle for yourself.
Come see.
And in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearken not unto me, nor incline their ear,
Uh-huh.
but harden their neck. They did worse than their fathers.
Uh-huh. Therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. No matter what you tell a person. No matter what you tell a person, God said, thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt.
Uh-huh.
Whether they hail or forbear,
Cut off. Cut off. That's why you ain't hearing.
come see.
Yet they hearken not unto me, nor incline their ear, but harden their neck. And they did worse than their fathers.
Uh-huh.
Therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them,
Mm-hmm.
but they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them, this is a nation that obeyed not the voice of El Israel their El, nor received correction.
Now, it spoke about about Tophet, right? Did it speak about that?
Yeah.
The Tophet once called the valley of the son of Hinnom. The valley of the son of Hinnom was a place of punishment and torture. All right?
The whole location is
Right. right? Tophet occupied a high place and was the site of worship of the Ammonite god Molech.
Yeah. All the kids.
That's where they worship Momo.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to explain that to you. Initiated by his love of foreign women as wives and concubines, King Solomon established shrines for the worship of pagan gods. But what caused him to establish and build up shrines for these pagan gods? The women that are married.
Yeah.
These foreign women that have not changed from the worship of these deities and idols. Right? He said, worship of pagan gods about high places and hilltops. Chemosh, the pagan god of the Moabites. Molech is the pagan god of the Ammonites, because their worship called for sacrifice of infants.
The fire.
They sacrificed their infants, right? Tophet, meaning place of burning, place of hell, was a site of worship for Momo.
Yeah.
Molech had the head of a bull with 2 horns and the body of a man. The idol's stomach was hollow, was an open spot. It said, and was a furnace, right? For the fire used during the sacrifice. When hot enough, infant was placed in the arms of idols. They burnt their child alive in offering and sacrifice to a deity.
Right. That was their lifestyle.
That was their lifestyle. Tamshi.
Truth is perished and is cut off from their mouth.
Truth is perished and is cut off from their mouth. Tamshi.
Cut off thine hair, O Jerusalem, and cast it away. Take up a lamentation on high places. For Israel hath rejected and forsaken the generation of
What verse you at?
30.
Okay, go ahead.
For the children of Yehuda have done evil in my sight, said Israel. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to pollute it. They have built the high places of Tophet.
Okay, cut that. Cut that. Let's go to 1 Samuel. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 15.
Hey, Vic just said they got a statue of Momo uptown in the museum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got people
Got them in
next
that
to it
form
and all that.
and got them in bull form. When we say with the horns, all uptown, you go to see Barry Lynch on them. That's their by the fed building. That's their logos. Gargoyles, all that stuff. Yeah. Starbucks coffee, you really look like a woman. It's not a woman, it's a dragon. It's a dragon, one of those guys' pets. Yeah.
1 Samuel chapter 15.
Damn.
Shemuel also said unto Shaul, Israel sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. And therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the
Okay, Samuel also said unto Saul, he said, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people. Right? In order to have a king, you got to be anointed.
Right, that's right.
In order to be a priest or a high priest,
You gotta be anointed.
you got to be anointed. You got to go through the consecration.
Consecration. That's right.
There's no anointing going on, and there's no consecration going on. So there's no Kohens and there's no kings here.
So there ain't no Kohens now?
There's no Kohens and there's no kings here. Because in order to be a Kohen, in order to be a priest, you got to go through a consecration. You're not going through the consecration, so you are no priest and you're no high priest in my eyes. And I'm not going to call you Kohen. I'm going to call you by your name.
That's right. There's a spot where that go down.
Let's read it.
Thus said Israel, the El of hosts. I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he lay wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt.
Wait a minute. Look what God said. This is what God said. He said, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. You know how many years done passed by? Do we know who Amalek is? Amalek is the grandson of Esau. Right? This is the grandson of Esau. It wasn't It was the Amalekites. Okay? The seed of Esau, the seed of Amalek. Right?
Yep.
He said, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. God never forgot what Amalek did to his people. To his people that he had took to himself. God chose the nation of Israel because of one man who was Abraham. Why God chose Abraham's seed? Because Abraham was something special. Abraham was a special man with God.
Yes, sir.
The things that he did was special in the eyes of God.
Yes, sir.
Abraham was a man that God could come to and tell him and inform him and command him to do something, and God didn't have to show him no proof. He didn't have to explain to him. God told him to go kill his son, your only son that you love. And guess what? Because of his honor and respect, and because of his love for God, he was going to kill him.
That's right.
And guess what?
With no
God,
rebuttals.
with no rebuttal. That was a test. It was only a test.
That's right.
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen. It didn't go down.
God don't get down like that.
God don't get down
He
like
wanna see
that.
how far he gonna go
He
with
want
it.
to see how far you're
How far
going
you
to
gonna
go
go
for
with
his
it.
law.
That's right. He gonna go
Would
with
you
it.
reject your own child for God?
That's right. Yeah.
Would you push away your own child for God?
Got
I
you.
said, I will.
Got you.
I will.
He got you.
And that comes with levels. You're not going to reject your child right away.
He didn't
That
tell
comes.
Abraham that.
That comes in
He
time.
told him that later. That's right.
In time.
He didn't tell him.
God just introduced himself and told him get away from his family. He didn't tell him, introduce himself and tell him, go kill your son. No!
It didn't go like that.
In time.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you. That's right.
In time.
Oh,
Of you living in this way of life, and
It's
God
a
sees
strength.
fit and said, well, you know what?
let me see.
The tests get more strenuous and more hard.
It gets harder.
The first test was leave your family, leave your relatives, your descendants.
Can
you know
you
what?
do that?
You know what God said? If you could do that, you can serve God.
Can
If you could leave your family and your aunts and uncles and cousins and all
You
these
gotta hold
people
on.
that have not decided to serve God and you decided to serve God, then you
gotta hold on.
got the ability to
That's
serve
right.
God.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay?
That's right.
And then after years transpired, God came to Abraham again and said, take your son, your only son, whom thou lovest, and sacrifice him to me. When Abraham was taking his son to make sacrifice to God, he told his servants and everybody to stay. Isaac looked at Abraham, his father. He said, Father. He said, Behold.
Behold.
He said, I see the wood. I see the this. I see the fire. I said, everything that consists of and that you need to make this sacrifice. He said, but the only thing I don't see,
Where the animal?
I said, where's the animal?
Where is the sacrifice?
Who's the sacrifice, Abba? Who you sacrificing, man? When he sat him and laid him down, he knew he was the one being sacrificed.
And he ain't brought up no fight.
He didn't fight.
Abraham said, God don't provide himself for land.
He didn't fight.
And his word ain't
You
forward
see
to
the
land.
height of honor that you see the heights of honor.
right.
You see, the book shows us the heights of honor. The heights of honor is so high that the normal people can't
They can't
accept
see
it.
They can't see that, man. I don't
People
know.
can't accept that.
Nah,
And
me,
you're
I
going to
don't.
reject that. Why? Because you're not on that level. You're not on that level to see and understand why Isaac didn't fight his father.
And I don't expect you to.
But if you would have fought him, it would have been more clearer in your brain. In your brain, it would have been clear. Because that's what, guess what? Because that's what you would have did.
See,
That's what you would have
it's not
did.
clear because he didn't do that.
So Isaac didn't fight his father. He stayed there. Abraham had like this with the sword.
He about to hit him.
The saint of God,
That's
man.
right.
The angel appeared to Abraham and called his name twice.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Catch his attention.
He said, now I know.
Now I know.
He said, now I
You
know.
was going to do it.
In order
No
for
question.
God
That's
to
right.
know that you fear him and love
Put you-
him,
gotta put you in.
he gonna put you through
Gotta put
the
you through.
strenuous test.
Gotta put you
He
through.
gonna put you through something
Put you through.
that you like, that you desire and love, and see if you can put that what you desire and love aside for God.
God. There you
That's
go.
how God tests you to see if you love me.
It's called
Okay?
loyalty. It's
You
called
love
loyalty.
me and you loyal to me. You love me and you want to
Called
be with
loyalty.
me. Okay. Let me see if you could turn on this for me.
Loyalty.
Let me see if you could turn on this that you love so much,
Yeah.
that you delight in so much. Can you give that up for God?
Yeah.
Ask ourselves that.
It makes you feel so good.
That's the question that we all need to ask ourselves. Can we give up things that we love and desire for the sake of the commandments of God?
Only a beta.
It takes a beta mind to do that.
That's right.
And this is why God chose Abraham's seed.
God ain't made his word fall to the ground.
That's right.
That's a saint.
That's
That's
right.
God gonna provide around.
And the ram was there.
And the next thing the ram appeared. That's
Just
right.
want to see what you do.
Yeah.
Okay? So God chose the seed of Abraham, chose the seed of Isaac, which was the Israelites. And because he chose his seed after him, anybody that did Israel wrong, God came at them.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
He said, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. Read. Now we're going to see what Amalek did. Read.
Now go and smite Amalek.
No, verse. He said, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came out of Egypt. So, when the nation of Israel was leaving Egypt, Amalek, the Amalekites, ambushed and was killing us from behind.
Yeah. Wait till
While
the
we're
soldiers go to the
leaving,
front.
The
Yeah.
soldiers in the front leading the
Yeah.
people, we're getting hit and killed from behind.
Which
Yeah.
the soldiers not
The
around.
stragglers, the ones that couldn't keep up,
The
they're
old.
getting killed. The old, the young, they're killing us from behind. And God remembered that. God remembered that.
Uh-huh.
Certain things is remembered. You know why certain things is remembered? Because there wasn't no confession. There wasn't no confession. There was the person didn't feel guilty. You didn't know there was
resentment.
there was no resentment. You don't even have a conscience to apologize or to be apologetic. So because you didn't have a conscience to tell you that this was wrong and you're not even apologetic about it, I can't forget it. I gotta remember what you did to me
Ah.
because it will be repeated. You'll repeat it
That's right.
because in your mind you're right.
That's right.
In your mind you're right and everybody else is wrong. You're not acknowledging what you did was wrong. What you did, you think you was right. So God remembered what Amalek did. Right? Go ahead, read verse 3.
Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they
Now
have.
go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Tamshi.
And spare them not,
Spare them not,
but slay both man and woman,
but slay both man and woman,
infant and suckling,
infant and suckling,
ox and sheep,
ox and sheep,
camel and ass.
camel and ass. God didn't want nobody back.
Nobody.
Oh, he's killing the babies and certain things. Certain people had to die. God didn't want them back. Like I said, this is a God of war. He's also, yes, a God of love. Yeah, he's a God of love. He's a merciful God. He's a jealous God. He's a compassionate God. But his love is only transpired in order to love those that love him. So in order for God to love you, you got to love God. I got to show my love for God first in order for God to love me. Because if I show despisement and hatred for God, God ain't going to love you. God don't love the world. God loved the world. Some people in the world God hate. Some people God says should die. Like homosexuals.
Yeah.
Like women that are desired to be with women.
Yeah.
God said kill them. You think God loved those type of people? Those people are not accepted.
They call them elbows.
They're not accepted.
Hey, you violate the Shabbat day.
It's not accepted. God said kill
Death
them.
penalty.
There are a lot of things that God
Definitely.
said
Yeah,
that when you do this,
Yeah.
you should die.
that's right.
Dishonor your mother and father.
You should die.
That's right.
Okay?
It's a lot of death penalty. Adultery.
Time sheet.
Yeah.
And Shaul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim,
Uh-huh.
200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Yehuda.
200,000 footmen, 10,000 men of Yehuda. Time sheet.
And Shaul came to the city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Shaul said unto the Kenites, Go, depart.
We know who the Kenites was. The Kenites were Jethro.
Came out of Jethro. Very close.
Came out of
Very
Jethro.
close to Israel.
And God, which means the good that a person does never dies.
Never dies.
The good that a person does to you never dies.
That's right.
I always have to keep that in mind.
Regardless. That's right.
Remember how Jethro took in the whole nation of Israel and fed them. And they had somewhere to live and stay until the appointed time when they were supposed to leave. And Saul said, hey, so I remember the Kenites. He said, go, depart. Get you down from among the Amalekites. Leave Amalek. He said, because what? Go ahead, read. Lest I destroy you with them.
For you showed kindness.
For you show kindness to all the children of Israel. Huh? He said, you show kindness to the nation of Israel at appointed time. He said, so therefore, 100 years ago, he said, so therefore, I'll spare your life.
That's what I should.
Now, the person that did you good, 5 years later, he did you evil. I don't return him evil for the evil that he did to me. Because I always got to remember that the good that he did to me. So therefore,
Gotta go a distance.
separation.
I put myself in this situation.
I got to push you aside.
Right.
We can't have no more dealings. Because I see that I'm the only one that fears God. I'm the only one that fears God. And because of the fear of God that's in me, I will not return evil for the evil that you did for me. Because in the past, you did me good. And this is why Solomon didn't kill Abiathar. Because he did evil following after Adonijah, but he did good to his father years before. And the good that he did to his father topped the evil that he just did. So he pushed him away. Distance himself. See, the book shows us the ways of God and the ways that God accepts. The ways and the things that God teaches us and instructs us of how to deal with certain situations. We're not dealing with these situations according to what God said. You're not following after the path. That's not the path of God. That's not the ways of God, man. That's not the ways of God. We need to bethink ourselves.
Yeah.
Bethink ourselves. But to bethink yourself, you need a conscience. You gotta have a guilty conscience. A guilty conscience is something that people don't have because you gotta feel guilty for the things that I did to you.
That's right. What I did. I shouldn't have said
Man, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said it. And if you feel guilty, you will say, man, I'm sorry. I will declare it. I'm not gonna hold that in.
That's when it showed that I ain't.
I'm not gonna hold that in, man. Let's read.
So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites.
Let's read.
And Shaul smote the Amalekites from Hawilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive.
Now, hold on. My bad. Okay, hold that right there, right where you was at. Kindness. The word for kindness is kesed, right? Kesed means disposed to be helpful and solicitous. Right? The disposed means you're more inclined. You're more inclined to help. Okay? You're more inclined for solicitous. Solicitous, I can't remember. Solicitous, whatever. It means full of concerns. Concerns. Which means you're not selfish. You don't have a selfish mind. What you going through, I'm concerned about your behalf. Huh? I'm concerned about you. These are righteous traits. These are God-fearing traits that God is looking for in man, right? A forbearing nature, right? A forbearing nature. A person with a forbearing nature is patient. A person with a forbearing nature shows sympathy towards other people, especially when they have done wrong. Moses did that. The people gathered stones to stone him. He prostrated himself before God and prayed for him. The people violated and offended God. He went before God and prayed for him. That's why Moses, there'll never be another man like unto Moses. There'll never be another prophet like unto this man. Okay? Forbearance means is a patient self-control, restraint, and tolerance. Sympathy is a feeling of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune. I didn't laugh at you. I felt sorry for you. Even if I didn't know you, I still felt sorry for you. Wow. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Those are righteous traits. Well, they're evil, they're wicked. That's good for them. No, the righteous didn't say that. The righteous did not say that. Now notice, you see God corrected Jonah.
Yeah.
Jonah said, man, they don't do your law, blah, 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 blah. He said, destroy and wipe them out. I'm going to Tarshish. Next thing, it was an uproar in the sea. And the only way that could calm that sea was throwing Jonah into the river. He said, now, after the fish swallowed him up and spit him out on land, he said, now, thus saith the Lord, let me see if you learned from the chastisement, if you received the correction that I done put on you. You don't see how God deals, man. He correct you, chastise you, and then come back with the same thing.
Thus saith the Lord.
He said, thus saith the Lord, go on over there and do what I told you to do. And guess what? He got up and went. He ain't tried God no more.
He ran over. Yeah.
But I don't see no Jonas today.
That's why he was asleep in the bottom of the ship.
Yeah.
He knew what was going on, man.
I don't see no Jonas today. God put you through certain things to correct you so that you can perceive your shortcomings and improve. But we don't see nothing, man. We continue, man. Listen, man. Shoot, God, you're going to have to accept me the way I am.
Yeah.
This is what it is. Yeah. I don't like it, and I ain't doing it. Man, you is some stiff-necked, unyielding people.
Yeah, man.
How can you be like that with God?
Yeah, man.
How can you be like that with God? I don't care. How, man?
You don't deserve to talk no more.
That's why. Let's read.
Verse 8. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive.
He took Agag, right? The king of the Amalekites alive, right?
And utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
He wasn't supposed to take King Agag. He took him. Utterly destroyed who?
All the people with the edge of the sword.
Read.
The Shaul of the people spared Agag, the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and the lambs, and all that.
The oxen and the fatlings and the lamb. God told them, you don't want none of that. Destroy everything. But they had a better idea. They had a better idea than God. So they saved everything. Go ahead, read.
And would not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of Israel unto Shemuel, saying, it repented to me that I have
Then came the word of who? Word of God unto Samuel. He said, it repented me that I had set up Saul to be king. The word for repent is nakam, means to grieve or to regret, to feel regret or contrition. I regret putting this guy up and setting this dude up to be king. I regret it. Bad decision. Tom Sheep. But God, you don't think God knew the future?
No.
God, you don't think God knew what was going to happen? But again, in order to prove you, I got to put you through it to see what you going to do.
You
gotta go through it.
You gotta play it out.
You got to go through it. God don't force you to do nothing. God only gives us choices. He said you got a choice. Life or death, good or evil. He said, but choose life so that thou and thy seed may live. He said, choose, man. Choose. And by you choosing, that tells me that you're doing this of a willing heart. This is what you desire, what you want to do. This is what I chose. Go ahead, read.
Then came the word of Israel unto Shemuel, saying, it repent to me that I have set up Shaul to be king.
And repent to me that I have set up Saul to be king. Read.
For he has turned back from following me, and had not performed my commandments. It grieved Shemuel, and he cried unto Israel all night.
He said, it grieved Samuel. It grieved Samuel. Whatever God was grieved with, it grieved Samuel. Because he was one with God. You see the heights of this dude here, of Samuel, and how he turned his emotions and everything about him towards God's emotions. Whatever grieved God, he got grieved with. Whatever God got angry at, Samuel got angry at, and he cried all night. Why? Because Saul has rejected God. Not because God rejected Saul. Go ahead, read.
And when Shemuel rose up early to meet Shaul in the morning, it was told Shemuel, saying, behold, Shaul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about and passed on, and going down to Gilgal.
Read.
And Shemuel came to Shaul, and Shaul said unto him, blessed be thou of Israel. I have performed the commandment of Israel.
Hear that? He said, blessed be thou. Huh? He said, I have performed the commandment of God. I have performed the commandment of God. Did he perform the commandment of God? No. You kept Agag, the best of the sheep. Go ahead, read.
14. And Shemuel said, what meaneth then this bleating of the sheep in mine ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Shaul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites. And for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto Israel by him. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then said Shemuel unto Shaul, stay, and I will tell thee what.
He said, stay right here, and I'm going to show you what God wants. Read.
And he said unto him, say on. And Shemuel said, when thou was little in thine own sight.
He said, when you was little in thine own sight.
Was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel?
Was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel?
Nobody.
And Israel anointed thee king over Israel. And Israel sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the transgressors.
Go and utterly destroy the sinners. You see what God hates? Sinners. God don't hate the world, but He'll hate you if you're a sinner. How do you refrain and keep yourself from being a sinner? Read the book. The book will show you what is a sinner. When you break these laws, commandments, and statutes, God look at you as a sinner.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
Destroy the transgressors, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice?
He said, why didn't you obey the voice of God?
But didst fly upon the spoil.
But you flew upon the spoil,
and did evil
in the sight of the Lord. Tamshi.
Shaul said unto Shemuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Israel, and have gone the way which Israel sent me, and have brought Agab, the king of the Amalekites, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
I tell you right there, iniquity, and when I do sin and when I violate, you're not going to be able to perceive.
Not going to make sense.
The truth. You're not going to be able to accept the truth. Why? Because I am indulging in things that God hate and despise.
That's
So
right.
no matter what you show a person
You ain't gonna
about
see
the
it.
book,
Ain't
you're
gonna see
not
it.
going to see it.
You cut off.
Because I'm doing things that God hates, so he block your eyes from seeing the truth.
Yeah, so keep mentioning God's name.
Tom Sheep.
But the people took of the spoil, the sheep and oxen, the chief of the things.
But the people took of the spoil, the sheep and the oxen, the people. You allowed them. You the king. Get that straight and correct that. Don't put it on the blame on the people. Read.
Which should have been utterly destroyed to sacrifice unto El Israel by Gilgal. And Shemuel said, and El Israel has
He
great
said,
delight
do God have great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices?
as in obeying the voice of El Israel.
As in obeying the voice of God? You think he delight in sacrificing and offerings?
Obedience is
He
better.
said obedience is better than sacrifices.
That's right.
Obedience is better than offerings.
That's right.
Because if I obey, I don't have to set up no offerings. I ain't got to set up no sacrifices. Come see?
Behold, to obey is better than
To obey
sacrifice,
is better than
and
sacrifice.
to hearken than the fat
Than
of
the
rams.
hearkens and the fat of rams. Come see?
For rebellion is as the iniquity of witchcraft.
For rebellion. Huh? Rebellion. Right? To go against a rule, any rule or established facts. To go against a rule, any rule or established facts. The established facts and the rules is in the book. Once you go against these rules and established fact that you read that God has accepted, then you're a rebellious. You're a rebel. And you have rebelled against God.
That's it.
Right? Rebellion is as the sin. Right? Sin of witchcraft, read.
And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Where awen u terefa. Okay? The word terefa is as iniquity. Awen u terefa. Right? Terefa comes from in English is teraphims. Right? Teraphims are domesticated gods of the human figure. Human figures.
Oh, Barbie doll.
Those was called in ancient times teraphims.
They call them action figures.
And we go to the stores and Toys R Us
Toys.
and buy little action figures, G.I. Joes, Mary Lou's, and Barbie dolls, and all these human-like figures
All those are gods. Deities.
that in ancient times was called teraphims. This is why God told us, he said, don't have no likeness of no humans, of male and female. He said, it prohibit us and told us to stay away from having likenesses of male and females.
They said get rid of the term.
Okay? So get rid of those, right? Now, it's domestic gods of the human figure, right? The custom of the teraphims, which were household gods, is that the gods would be treated as members of the family and invited to join meals or be given offerings of food and drinks. That was the custom that came with teraphims.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, idolatry is immoderate attachment or devotion to something. I am attached to the things that God hate and despise. God hated, but I'm attached to it. God hated, but I can't let it go. God hated, but I can't hate it. I love the things that God loves. That's idolatry. Okay?
Right.
Go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected the word of El Israel,
Because thou hast despised the word of the Lord,
he had also rejected thee from being king.
he had also rejected thee from being king. Tom Sheep.
Shaul said unto Shemuel, I have transgressed. For I have transgressed the commandment of El Israel.
Uh-huh.
And
He said, I have sinned. I have transgressed. That was the highlight of all this. You know why I say that's the highlight of all that? Because the man was able to acknowledge his faults with God.
No buts.
You can't be in denial with yourself. You got to be able to acknowledge your fault or where you went wrong with God. All right? He said, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord.
And thy word.
Read.
And thy word.
And thy word.
Because I feared the people.
Because I feared the people and
obeyed
obeyed their voice.
And therefore I pray thee, pardon my iniquity.
Now, therefore, I pray thee, pardon my sin. Pardon my iniquity, excuse my iniquities. Tamshi,
And turn again with me, that I may worship.
you see that? You hear the key to that? He was talking to Samuel.
Yeah.
He asked Samuel to pardon his sin and come back in with him, which means accept me. Acceptance, accept me back in. Which means when a person sinned and turned against God, they did not walk together.
That's right.
I didn't walk with you because I'm walking one way and you're walking another way.
That's right.
Or in a manner that is not accepted by God. So that's what kept two people from walking together. That's why he asked Samuel, he said, come back with me, man. He said, pardon my sins, man. He said, I have transgressed. He said, I have sinned. And I transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy word, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, and turn again with me, that I may worship God. Tamshi. Why it was so important to worship God with Samuel? Why nobody else? Because that man was accepted.
If he accept you, you accept.
And he was accepted. Everything that came from him was accepted, was valid with God. So that's why when certain people, when that prophet went up, he wanted to pray with him, hoping that God would accept me on behalf of him sending up those prayers. Facts. Top sheet. And
I will not return with thee.
He said, I will not return with you.
For thou hast rejected the word of Israel.
For thou hast rejected the word of God. He said, I'm not going to walk back with you. He said, man, you rejected God. I'm not worshiping with you. He said, you rejected God. Which means we were very circumspect with who we prayed with. Because the same person that you prayed with could be rejected and despised by God, and you praying with him. Tom, see?
And that Israel have rejected thee from being king over Israel. And that Samuel turned about to go away, and laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle.
Samuel is leaving. When he turned around to leave, King Saul grabbed him by his mantle, by his robe, read, and he ripped. Look what Samuel told him.
Samuel said unto him, that Israel have rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and had given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou.
He said, God has took the kingdom away from you. He said, and he gave it to who? To a neighbor that's better than thou. And he knew who God gave the kingship to. That's why he chased them all over to take his life and kill him. Tom Shee.
And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent.
The strength of Israel is God. The strength of Israel will not lie nor repent. But he is not a man that he should repent. Tom Shee.
Then he said, I have transgressed. Yet honor me now.
He said, I've sinned. He said, yeah, honor me now. I pray thee.
Before the elders of my
people. Before the elders of my people.
Before Israel.
And before Israel.
And turn again with me.
And turn again with me.
I mean, worship of Israel.
That's very important. That was a very important thing that Saul said. You know why? Because these are two heads. You got the prophet that's highly respected and honored. It's Prophet Samuel. And you had King Saul, who was highly respected and honored also. And it's not good for the people to see static or two heads clashing. It wasn't good. That's why he mentioned that. He said, honor me now in the sight of the people. Honor me now in the sight of the people. Tom Shee.
So Samuel turned again after Shaul, Shaul worshiped in Israel.
Uh-huh.
Then said Shemuel, bring ye hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites.
And it's the business.
So okay, I'll go back with you. He said, but bring me out Amalekite. Bring me Agag, the Amalekite. Uh-huh.
Now God came unto him delicately.
Uh-huh.
Now God said, surely the bitterness of death is past.
Uh-huh.
Shemuel said, as thy sword had made woman
As
childless,
thy sword has made woman childless.
so shall thy mother be childless among women.
Uh-huh.
And Shemuel hewed Agag in pieces before El Israel and Gilgal.
Mm-hmm.
Then Shemuel went to Ramah. And Shaul went up to the house of Gibeah to Shaul, to his house.
Uh-huh.
And Shemuel came no more to see Shaul until the day of his death.
Samuel ain't go back to him and see him no more. Uh-huh.
Nevertheless, Shemuel mourned for Shaul.
He mourned for Saul. He mourned for him. He didn't say that happened to him. That's good for him. He didn't say he mourned for him.
Even
though God rejected him
and he wasn't rocking with him,
and he wasn't rocking with him, but he still cried for him. Still mourned for him. Come see.
And Israel repented that he had made Shaul king over Israel.
Go ahead, read. And the Lord said unto Samuel,
how long wilt thou mourn for Shaul?
Look what God asked Saul.
he's gonna keep mourning.
He's Samuel. He said, how long you gonna keep mourning for him, man? He said,
Exactly.
come on, man. What's up, man? He said, how long you gonna continue mourning for Saul? Uh-huh.
Seeing I have rejected
Saying that I rejected for him. Rejected him.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
God has rejected him. I can't continue to cry for you. I gotta leave that alone. I gotta leave that alone. I gotta stop mourning for you. I can't be praying for you because God has rejected you. Read.
Fill thine horn with oil and go. I will send thee to Jesse, Bethlehem.
Uh-huh.
For I have provided me a king among his sons.
Okay.
Shemuel said, how can I go?
Okay, cut that. Go to verse 6.
It came to pass when they were come that he looked on Eliab and said,
Now he went to go anoint another king out the line of the seed of Jesse. So the first he has 7 sons. Either 7 or 5, I think. I think it was 7 sons. Right? So read. And it came to pass when they were come that he looked on Eliab and said, surely the Lord's anointing is before him. What God said.
Israel said unto Shemuel, look not on his countenance.
Don't look at his countenance
Nor on the height of his stature.
or the height of his stature.
Because I have refused.
Because God refused them. Uh-huh.
And Israel see it not as a man.
I don't look, whatever you look for in man, I don't look for that. We don't look for the same things in men. Right? You can't see what I'm looking for. He said, for man looking on the outward appearance, God look at the heart. He look at what's inside of you. He look at the good to see. He look at to see if you have good in you to serve God. That's what God searches, your heart. We can't see the heart, and we can't try your heart. Only God knows that. So he ran through all the sons, right? And now verse 12, it says, he said, and he sent and brought him in. Now they found the last son. It said what?
Now he was ruddy.
He was ruddy, Adamoni, and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And the Lord said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. Ruddy, Adamoni, which means he had the same complexion as Esau. Him and Esau had the same complexion. All right? And this is the man, the king that God chose to be king of Israel. And with that, I hope everybody got what was bought.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika, band level.
Hold on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to Princemen, Chiefmen, mothers of Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid y'all to our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Numbers 11. Numbers chapter 11.
That's 22.
Got it?
That's only 22.
Well, I was just asking. Okay, thank you. Read. You can read when you're ready.
And when the people complained, it displeased Israel.
When the people complain, what is complain? To express disappointment or non-acceptance or dissatisfaction against a situation or someone. So in this case, they started to express their dissatisfaction with God.
Right.
That's why it displeased the Lord. Oh yeah, if you hear a whole house of people complaining about you, and they ain't got no business complaining about you, right? It's gonna get you upset. So imagine millions and millions of people complaining, okay, in their tents, and God can hear everybody. We can't hear everybody in their house complaining. God can hear everybody, and it displeased him, Tamshi.
And Israel heard it, and his anger was kindled. And the fire of Israel burnt among them, and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp.
He got this. All right, there are times, okay. There's limits to everything. And you can push to where he said, look, man, I wasn't going to do this to you, but you keep going against and you keep pushing the issue. Now God going to hit you. You understand? Your behavior, how you react, your complaints, all of that goes into how God's anger is kindled.
Right.
Because these are the people that he brought out of Egypt. A lot of people would say, well, he brought them out. He had to do this to them and do that to them. Yeah, that was part of it. This is all part of it. Not everybody made it out of the wilderness. Am I correct?
Right.
Not all of Israel came out of Egypt, but not everybody got out the wilderness. When we got in the wilderness, they said, look, these people, the majority of these people cannot go into Israel thinking the way they are. We ain't never going to get set up. There will never be a kingship if I allow these people to go in now. So 40 years, you're going to go around in the circles and kill you all. You know who got in? It wasn't a bunch of adults. It was whoever was left from the 70 elders, Joshua and Caleb. That's it. Everybody else was under 20 years old. He said, all of these people here that died in the wilderness, I destroyed them. Because they have joined themselves with Baal Peor. He said, you that are left alive, you are alive because you have cleaved unto God this day. He said, now, when y'all get into the land, make sure y'all keep it. But you see how it goes? God has a limit to, according to your behavior with his commandments. He said, okay, now this guy's pushing it. Hit him. So right now they're pushing it. They violated and they're complaining. They don't even see that they're violating. So they violated, they're complaining. So there's two things now. So it's sometimes they have enough, right? And when God has enough, people die. Things happen. The earth crack. The elements go against what is usually a bright day is a dark day. Okay? And now they're getting burnt up. And he consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. That's where most of the complaining was coming from. That's where most of the, oh man, where's all this aggression coming from? Where all of this hostility towards God? But when you complain against someone, you're talking against them. You're shooting them down. What they say, assassinating my character. Well, Well, if God wanted this to happen, why he did this? All of that they're doing. So God burnt them up. He didn't burn everybody. But the ones that's fueling this complaint, Tamshi.
And the people cried unto Moshe. Moshe prayed unto Elisha.
The reason why they cried, they stopped complaining. The only reason why they cried unto Moses is so that Moses can ask God to stop hitting them up. Now I got your attention. Do you see what gets people attention? I gotta make this clear. Do you see what gets wicked people's attention? There are penalties in here and say, oh wow, but you died for that? Yes. Yes. When you profane anything holy of God's, you die for. Right. From the Shabbat to his holy vessels that are locked away. The reason why they are locked away in the Vatican, because they know they can't mess around like that one king we read about. And all of a sudden, it was a celebration. And that was a New Year's celebration. And you know what he wanted to do? He said, you know what? I don't want to just drink out my own cups. I want to drink out of God's cups. That the holy sacrifices to his name was offered to. So he said, bring those out. And not just me, my wife, my concubines, his noblemen, their wives, their concubines. There is no high priest to even touch these things. So from that king on down, they all died that night. God allowed Cyrus. Y'all heard of him? Y'all heard of Cyrus the Great? Cyrus the Great, king of Persia. God made it. He called him his prince. He said, with this guy, I'm going to take care of everybody. He don't serve God. He don't know God. But God gave him the power. He said, because the ones I gave the power to ain't serving me. The ones who know me ain't following. The ones who know me say, this is who saved us out. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get mad. I'm going to get you. You're very well right. You got a right to be jealous. Look at a man jealous over his woman. You're about to kill something, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, imagine God. Mm-hmm. Okay? And we're not his woman, but we might as well be because we're the bride. Uh-huh. We're the bride. We're the ones that do his bidding. The men do God's bidding. We have to bend ourselves to serve God. We are the ones, that's why we're responsible for the house that we command after us. That's why sometimes I used to be like, hold on, let me go double check. He said, okay, baby, what you just said? I said, yeah, but look, man, I got to make sure. Because sometimes you went and you made sure it was on and it was off. Right or wrong? That's right. Sometimes you went and make sure, yeah, it was just there. I just checked and it was just there. Now it's not there. Right? Yep. Because you have things that you cannot see, that when you are getting close and you're doing God's commandments, doesn't want you to do it. Okay? Now, I don't eat this. I don't wear this. I don't touch that. I don't go here. Boom, 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 boom. These are physical commandments, right? Right. So now they try to get us up here and in here. Okay? Because we're still not correct here. Okay? So yeah, physically, boom, I'm reading. Oh yeah, I know. But then now, situations and matters come up. We forget ourselves with God. There are times when I'm promoting it, but I'm so emotional, I wind up offending or sinning. Or I wind up dishonoring my mother or father. Or I wind up profaning the Shabbat in defense of the Shabbat. That's how he gonna get that. That's why I said it's another level now. That's where he come with us now. He said, oh, okay, these guys are doing it for a while. Their father got them trained. Certain things is not getting out of their system. So I gotta go higher. I gotta get everything else around them. Attack everybody else around them. Make this one bug out. Make that one bug out. Make this one turn for no reason. Make this one disappear. To affect who? The core. That's how it goes. That's why sometimes I say, look, man, you got to expect that to happen. Because look at how that person is moving and living with God. You have to expect this to happen. Expect people to bug out. That is going to be your proof. Okay? And you'll see what these people and what this person is doing not to do. How this person is thinking not to think. You can't agree with you if you're wrong. I don't expect for you to agree with me if I'm wrong. So how can I agree with anybody? That's not the godly way. Okay? And those who are in charge or even held accountable more have to watch who and what they agree with, what matters they agree with. One matter I had to start, I said, look, man, I told them to say it. Stop all the huffing and buckling and do them right or wrong. Sometimes Ema got to come and say, hey, I said. Because people complain. That's why. Not everybody going like the order. Okay? And that's what we got to get in line with ourselves. We complain too much. Complain too much. Instead of complaining about myself. I got a lot to complain about with myself, so I don't have time to complain about nobody. Unless you're right next to me, listening with me, you're not in my sights. I'm not worried about you. Okay? No, seriously. Don't have time for these things. Because all of that is what? A distraction, a discord, something to take you off. Because he can't get you no other way. That's why it's never peaceful. That's why it's never peaceful. Because it's already out here. Tamshi.
And when the people cried unto Moshe, and Moshe prayed unto El Israel, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of El Israel burnt among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a lusting. And the children of Israel also wept again and said, who shall give us flesh to eat?
It said a mixed multitude. See, this is one incident. This one day the people start complaining. God hit them up. Hit them up. The people cried to Moses. Moses prayed to the Lord. The fire was quenched. Because Moses was juiced up. Meaning, he was the only person that see what God looked like from the back.
Yeah.
No man was able to see that with his physical eyes. Okay? Like he told his brother and sister, y'all supposed to be dealing with this man different. Because I deal with him different. And I'm God. And I deal with this guy straight up. It never said Moses had a dream. It said Moses saw a vision. And the vision was something was on fire, but there was no smoke. He couldn't smell nothing burning. He said, what? I gotta see. He said, hold on, because he was walking, he was with the flock. He was on the trail with the flock. But when he saw that, he stopped the flock. He's a shepherd. He stopped that and he went off over there to go see this great sight. Because it's not usual. That's all. It's not about science. Okay? It's what usually happens. The sun usually comes up. It usually goes down. Right? That's all on the word of God. How it goes is what people call science. You don't pay attention to that. Because on the word of God, you don't have to come up today. On the word of God, look, it's up, but you ain't going to see it today. On the word of God, you make swarm of bees block it out. On the word of God, you make an army come. And the man say, our arrows will blot out the sun. It's different ways. And it's still there shining. But on the word of God, he can alter and change the course. Okay? So the mixed multitude are the people who were not Hebrews, who were not Israelite born. They were other slaves, that other nations that Egypt was over. And they were also slaves there. And when Most High brought Israel out, these people came out too. A mixed multitude of different origins and nations of other people with other ideas. Okay? They jumped on the bandwagon. Look, man, the Israelites, look. Right now, something was to happen right now in this neighborhood. Only the Israelites, you're gonna see a lot of heathens that don't like us. They're gonna move with us. They're gonna, no, we coming with them. I told you they was right all the time. They're gonna come. That's the mixed multitude because they're moving for the moment. Some people only became Israelite for protection. Certain men only became protection because there was a time when we ran the streets. Anything happened in the streets, we regulated that. We regulated the gangs and all of that. So there was a time when men joined up just for protection. Sometimes men joined up because this guy here got a lot of money. That's his man. But as soon as he died, or he go off, that guy is off. That's why God had to test everybody, test your loyalty, put you through stuff. Now you see why I did it. There's a history of this been going on. We have more women who left after divorce or death of the husband than stayed and served God. We have more of them that left off. We have more children now that have Israelite names but being born in the heathen society now. And being brought up because of the breakups and separations. Now they are allowed to do things that if the father was there, it wouldn't be done. Some sheep.
We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt.
So now they're calling to remembrance the good times. Oh, I remember the good times. I remember when we didn't have to do this. We didn't have to go through this. We was in Egypt. Oh, yo, you remember? You was crying when you was in Egypt. You forgot about that part. You forgot when it was cracking that whip on you. And you was crying. And your cry was so powerful. It reached to heaven. It said the cry of the people reached to heaven and God heard it. And it got his attention. Now you forgot that part. Because things are not going your way. Things are not going your way. So now you forget the good that has been done by getting you out of Egypt. So now they want to say, who gonna give us flesh to eat? They want flesh. I'm tired of eating beans every week. Yeah, that's the same mentality. Think of yourself. That's what my Bible used to tell us, right or wrong. You say we go in the cabinet, we see somebody open up the cabinet. He says beans there, there's rice there, and you gotta close it. He said, man, ain't nothing to eat here. That's the same mentality. They said, who gonna give us flesh to eat? We need flesh. We need this, Tamshi. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely. At any given time we had it. We just ate. We ate when we wanted to. He said the cucumbers and the melons. See, that was the flesh they was eating. The flesh that they was eating was the fish.
Right.
And then because they mentioned it. He said, man, I need some meat, man. I need some bread. Man, I remember the fish we used to have, the salmon. You know what I'm saying? The flounder. He said, and with the cucumbers. Now, these things are good for you, mind you. You see what the people ate. Let's put to the side right now, they're complaining. And they're offended. Look what they ate. Fish, cucumbers, melons.
Leeks.
You got a bunch of different types of melons. Okay, leeks. Leeks come from the onion family. And you got onions and you got garlic. Garlic. They said garlic is a cure-all. Garlic take away fevers, cold, a bunch of things, bunch of remedies for garlic. Bunch of remedies. And they ate this on a regular. This is why people like this, that back then, they didn't get sick. They didn't have processed food. And all these things grew wild everywhere. Nobody had a farm of onions. They grew wild. They said we ate these things freely. Oh, wow, boom, I stumbled upon a melon patch of vines, cantaloupes. Oh, this. They said, man, you know what they're saying? There's nothing out here. There's nothing growing out here. There's nothing that grows wild out here. You from the side of Egypt, where at least in Egypt, we got beat on, but we was able to, oh man, cucumbers right here. Wow, because they didn't plant these things. They planted wheat, okay, barley, grain. Grain was the thing that was mainly farmed, all right? Tamshi.
But now our soul is dried away. There's nothing at all beside this mountain
He said,
before our eyes.
Now remember now, before this chapter, God gave them what is called manna. We call it angel's food or bread from heaven. When they get up in the morning, they go out in the field, it's on the floor, on the grass. All right? When the dew pop up, that's when the manna pops up. And God rains it down, and you go out there and the omer for each person. And they said they bring it back and they beat it, they make cakes out of it, they make food out of it. They said, but we tired of that. They said, we want flesh to eat. We want some dead flesh, some animals. Another test of impatience and not accepting. So now they're revolted, Tamshi.
And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof was as the color of delhi. And the people went about, gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moshe heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent. And the anger of Israel was
He said, every man in the door of his tent. They didn't have doors because everybody was in tents. They were in the wilderness. They were in the desert. So everybody had tents. And this is the entrance street. This is how it looked right here. So I'm in my tent. I come out my tent now. I'm standing right here by the door of my tent. You standing by the door of yours. Everybody standing. Millions and millions of people are doing the same thing. That's what got God upset. He said, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of the Lord was kindled greatly. Moses also was displeased because he's looking at them like, no, man, what are y'all doing? This is not how you, this is not what God said for y'all to do. This is not y'all going against. Y'all getting impatient. Y'all getting greedy because it ain't like you don't have nothing to eat, but our souls are dried away. All it is your taste buds messing with you. Mm-hmm. You think that? Listen, their souls is dried away. Like they're going to die. Right. Only because they don't have what they want to taste, to eat. And it didn't say that the manna tasted like whatever. Right. Whatever they desired. That's what the manna tasted like. So what was the real problem? Yeah. Because you wanting leeks and garlic and this, that, that's what the manna gonna taste like to you. Mm-hmm. So what was the real problem now? Your soul not dried away. It's the ways. It's your ways. Just wanting to do what you want, when you want, how you want. That's what you gotta break in order to serve God. That's right. All of this was a test for them. God ain't gonna say, all right. He's going to bring them into the land and say, well, wait a minute, I have to do a filtering process here. Because these people's ways are very filthy. And some of them ain't changing. Most of them ain't changing. That's why they died in the wilderness. Right. Tamshi.
And Moshe said unto El Israel, wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest the burden of all these people upon
me? So now Moses asked God, why you know how we are, why are you doing this to me, man? He said, well, I did something wrong to you, that you put me in this position to go through this with these people? That's what Moses is saying. He's close to God. He can speak like that. Okay? He's close because this is the matter here that's out of hand now. So he's asking God, did I found, because he know how God rocked. Did I found this favor in your eyesight? that you feel me, to deal with these horrible people. They're turncoats. As soon as everything is fine, they find a reason to turn on you or to shoot you down. Some shit.
Have I conceived all these people?
He said, look. He's speaking as if he was a mother. But he's not. He said, I didn't conceive these people. These are grown people. Okay, when he said the children of Israel, we're not talking about children or teenagers.
Right.
These are grown people. What would we say, yo, man, he's a grown man.
Yeah.
He's on his own with that. He's a grown man. But Moses' job is to lead and teach these people. He can't just say, yo, you know what? I'm done, Most High. He can't quit. I can't leave my job. This is my post. This is my post. This is his post. That was Moses' post. Mm-hmm. He ain't seen his children and his wife in years. Mm-hmm. And when he finally did see them, they didn't come and say, oh, Dad, you wasn't around. You was busy dealing with these people. You care for God and these people more than me. Our mentality is whack.
That's right.
First little thing, your father. They didn't do that, man. They didn't have that. They was glad to see him, and they understood his position. This man serves a true and living God. His service is greater than to be a husband or be a husband or father. Sometimes that is a greater calling, they say. But when God called him, it wasn't just to serve him, it was to lead those people out. So he don't have time to be in the house. Not every man is going to be in the house. His work is greater than that of a husband and a father. My father taught me that. Even certain dudes that didn't serve God, that are famous, they had problems in the house because they wasn't there.
Yeah.
So I say his family is selfish because you don't even see how great of a man you got. Especially if he's serving God, you are married to a great man. Great. This is how we start looking at it that way because it builds each other up. This is how we stay one. Baby girl, this is how we stay one. It got to be me and it got to be you. Recognize. We got to stop being selfish, man. Recognize. There's a time when Ezra the prophet, you know about Ezra the prophet, right? There came a time in his life, he didn't sleep with his wife no more.
He left his wife alone.
All right? He didn't have nobody else but his wife. He only had one woman. He was a one-woman man. But there was a time where that was left alone in order to level and transcend to the height that he has to be at his age in time before he died. And she didn't come bothering him. It was that time. They didn't think like beasts and animals like we do today. He said we live like beasts, man. All we want is what we want, how we feel satisfied, that's it. But you see, we would have died in there. We all would have died there. But we'd have complained too. Somebody would have found a complaint. And that's what this is about. Reading this and identifying who you are and get it right. Stop disassembling what you hear of this platform. We didn't just come up with none of this. We were grilled and trained and taught by the best. All the best today say he's the best. So where we come from? We're not saying nothing wrong up here.
Come up here contradicting, man.
God kill me, I say something wrong up here. It ain't happening. I step on my own toes. I shoot myself in my own head. Nothing is going to stop me from performing and declaring what is to be done before God. That's what keeps us all straight. Stop being so stubborn and listen, because these are not my words. Everything we get is from here. It tells us how to be, how to behave, how to think, who to love, who to honor, what to honor, how to honor.
Yeah.
And tell us when to go to sleep, when to get up, when to pray, how to dress, how to eat, how to get married, how to get divorced, how to treat each other, how to worship God, how to serve God. That's what this is about, y'all.
Okay.
Let's get back to it now. So I'm getting personal and selfish with each other and myself. Because that's what be happening.
Yes, sir.
That's the obstacles he's talking about. That's the obstacles he's talking about. It ain't just you and you, it's me too, all of us.
Yeah.
I won't be able to tell you if I wasn't in it and to identify too. Time sheet.
Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten
I
them?
didn't beget these people. They didn't come from out of me. Time sheet.
Have I begotten
That's
them?
why the one that you come out of, that's why you gotta give it up to her. Because physically you killed her. Women having children, you see their body get bigger. It's not the same it was when you first had her. The babies do that. They go through a lot of tribulations. Some die. Some get sick. Right? That's what I told you. He said, you, man. He said, your father's not here. And now it's time. Your job ain't done. Hold her down. He said, hold her down, man. Hold her down. So in holding her down, you got to get up when you don't feel like getting up. How about that? How about that? Yeah. Like today when you ain't felt like getting up. How about that? That's what honor is. Push yourself. That's what has to be done. Tom sheet.
Have I conceived all those people, and have I begotten them that thou should have said unto me, carry them in thy bosom as a nursing father?
Because they didn't do that. Because you didn't see a nursing father. There was no such thing as a nursing father. That's why Moses said that. That didn't exist. See, the roles have been changed today. I'm going to show you what everybody's mentality is today. How it's so backward. It was funny. But I look at what type of mindset it comes from. TikTok. Everybody loves TikTok. Everybody loves TikTok. I saw a TikTok the other day. You know the amusement park where you punch that bag, that punching meter? A girl went up there and she punched it and it went up high. She had a hard hit. Then they showed her man in the house, cleaning the whole house. Cleaning the house. Because now you know what I got from that? The woman showed dominance and superiority, physically and mentally, and the man showed inferiority. Yeah, he answered to her dominance. And that's what they're promoting today, I told you. They don't want you women to be women. They don't want us men to be men. Okay? Yeah. If this keep going the way it goes, there ain't going to be no more kids being born. There ain't going to be no more kids getting born. Okay? And that until nobody. Then now, that's when the whole earth will be in silence because of the wickedness that took over. And it starts with that mentality. It's a joke now. It's funny. But me, I don't see it as that. I see it as this is what they're promoting. This is how they got everybody. And when I speak up and I say something when I'm out there, I be the villain. Look. When I say something amongst Israel, I be the villain. Yeah. My pops was the villain. Yeah. They didn't like what he was saying either. Every time he talked about not eating blood.
Not mentioning God's name.
All these things, they was getting it. The older generation was getting at them too. So I don't blame y'all for being upset because y'all don't understand yet. And you might not if you keep disassembling. It's in here. If it says thou shalt not, if somebody in here says to somebody else you shouldn't do that, then we shouldn't do it. How about that? Why is it so bad? What is wrong with it? Show me what is wrong with it. With adhering to what you read in here. Time sheet.
Carry them in thy bosom as a nursing father buried the suckling child unto the land which thou swearest unto their fathers. When should I have flesh to give unto all this people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh that we may eat.
So all these people are weeping, and there's no flesh out here. We don't have that. They're already getting food, but they're being picky. Right or wrong.
Right.
They're being picky now. Tongue sheet.
I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me.
Look, man, even Moses, he wasn't lying right here. At this point, he's crying out to God. He's like, yo, this is too much for me. It's too heavy. This is a weighty situation. I don't want to deal with these people in that situation. That's not, man. Listen, man, leave me alone, man. Y'all deal with that, man. But Moses couldn't do that. When you're ahead, you can't do that.
Yep.
When you're ahead, you're in charge. People are asking you questions. You got to make sure you give them the correct answer. Okay? We got a lot of counselors in Israel now. I'm just saying, be careful who you go to for counsel, man. Some situations came out of that was not good by God and man.
Bald-headed counsel.
Okay?
Yeah.
Time sheet.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray thee.
He said, man, and this is what it is, and this is how you deal with me. He said, man, take me out now. I'd rather you kill me than put me through this. Have you heard people say that? Mm-hmm. Yo, why don't you just take me out instead of me making me suffer like this? This is not good. This is stress. Man, it says stress meter. Made me think I gotta check mine. If his was high, I said, damn, you must be blowing the roof. Because most of it is coming from dealing with people. When you're by yourself, you're not stressed. And it's not that much of a stress for you to get yourself to do right. It's people. It's people, man. That's why they say get away from your family. You know why? That's hypothetically speaking, I don't want to serve God no more. But I'm still around y'all. Is it going to work?
No.
Is it going to work? Because y'all my family. Y'all have influence. Somebody gonna say, nah, man, come on, man. Come on. You gotta get strong now. Come on, stop it. Right or wrong. It's the same thing on the other side. That's why you gotta get away from your family. They got a strong influence on you. And you, it's shameful amongst your family, right? So you don't want to do this.
You ain't doing nothing wrong.
And that's the thing. You're really not doing nothing wrong. Because the family don't serve God. That's the difference.
Against God.
They're against God. They're going to be, because they don't even know Him. And this stuff that you're doing is strange. It's unheard of. Jew. Listen, I know some Israelites, I know some Jews, they don't do that. Because they wicked. That's why. This is real deal business here. Like you say, you show where it go and how it go. Time sheet.
If thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray thee, out of hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see my own wretchedness, And O Israel said unto Moshe, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel.
He got the solution. He said, gather me 70 men. Elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be elders of Israel. These guys are official elders. These are the guys. Now look, all the elders, you don't go to all the elders for counsel, right or wrong?
I know.
Okay, you know who to go to. Everybody know what elders to go to for certain things. Say, no, I'm gonna go to him about this, I'm gonna go to him about that, right? And there's 70 of them that you know to be elders. Pick that 70 out and make officers. And that I know us to be elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, the tent of meeting. Bring them here that they may stand there with you. They can back you up. You got support. Now it's not just you. You know what I'm saying? You can say, look, man, and he gonna take care of that. You gotta have more things done at one time. You got 70 elders, man. that can hold it down. You got help. Now you're not just one guy. Okay? You got 114 arms and hands that help you. Some shit.
70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there, and I will take up the spirit which is
He
upon
said, I
thee.
will come down and talk with you there. Nobody was close to the Most High like these people, man. He said, I will come down from where? Come down from heaven, from his lofty throne. He said, I will pull up on you and talk with you and help you guys govern this. Make it easy.
Yep.
Okay? Tom Sheep.
And I will take up the spirit which is upon thee, and will put it upon them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with thee.
Yeah, that this is something only God could do.
Right.
He said, I will take the spirit that you got, Moses, and I'm going to break it down and spread it with these 7 elders. And it's not going to take away nothing from him. Only God could do that. He's the one that gave them the spirits. He's the one that passes out spirits. He passes out life. He passes out spirits and souls. All souls come from him, come from God. God put that out. So that it can't be explained no more than that. There is no other explanation to that. Because he's God and he can do it. He can take your spirit, this holy man's spirit named Moses, and spread it. And that same spirit get on everybody, and it's not diluted. Tom Sheep.
Thou bear not thyself alone, and say thou unto the people, sanctify yourselves again tomorrow.
So look, that problem is done. It's over with. Gotta get this 70 and do it. Now, right back to the problem at hand. He said, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and you shall eat flesh. He said, I'm gonna give y'all flesh. He said, sanctify against tomorrow, I'm gonna give y'all flesh. He said, for you have wept in the ears of the Lord, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? Even though they was arguing, they was complaining, and it wasn't nice what God heard. He didn't like it. He said, all right, I'm gonna give them the flesh. All right? He said, for it was well with us in Egypt.
Therefore, Israel will give you flesh, and you shall eat.
That way you can't say that again. That's why he's doing it. Oh, well, all right. I don't like that, what they say. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Give them what they want. And watch what happens. Touch you.
You shall not eat one day, nor 2 days.
But you're
nor
going to
5
eat.
days.
You're going to get what you want. But you ain't going to eat it one day. Nor 2 days. Nor 5. Nor 10. Nor 20. He said, but even a whole month. You're going to eat this until you get tired of it. This is what you want? This is what you want? So, no. Parents do the same thing.
Time to take affirmative action.
All right, this is what you want? Okay. You guys say, well, she keeps saying I don't spend time on her. Okay, I'm going to spend time on her. She go to use the bathroom, he right there with her. He said, oh, come on, honey, you're exaggerating. He said, no, I'm going to spend all the time in the world with you. I'm going to get on your nerve. Now I'm going to give it to you. David said, oh, word, I'm vowed. And I'm going to, now I'm going to be way more vowed than you could ever imagine. This is why you got to
imagine the dancing he did after. I can imagine.
One man said he leaped in the air with a sword. He said that was the dance that he did with God.
Yeah.
Word. I believe that. He said a whole month until it come out your nostrils. You know when it come out your nostrils? When food come out your nostrils? When you're sick, if you're throwing up, when you're vomiting.
Yeah.
That's when food comes out. Rice pop out, beans pop out, right? So God said it's gonna. You're gonna eat. You want flesh? You complain. I want flesh. All right, here. Now you're gonna get it, and it be like that sometimes, man.
Come on, Akshab. Tell y'all today.
It be like that, man. You gotta watch this, man. And look. You complaining about something you ain't got no business complaining about. Because you eat every day. You just not getting what you had back over there. Because God want to see how much you can take. He said, okay, you're going to get tired. They're gonna get tired. I want to see how long it takes and what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
I know they're gonna get tired.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want the real them. What they say, the true colors to come out. You only get a person true colors when you put them in a certain situation.
Yeah.
Right? Except a godly man or a godly woman. It don't work with them. Because it would have worked with Job. Right or wrong? He said, look, man. He said he's only serving you because everything good with him. He got money. He got bread. He was a millionaire. He was good for like 3.4 mil. According to what I read and he had, and according to how much the value of what he had there, and he was a multi-millionaire. Okay? So the adversary, he said, that's why he's happy. He got all the money in the world. That's why a lot of people who are rich are happy. Take that from him. He said he will what? Curse you to your face. But the thing was, godly person ain't gonna do that. That's the difference. He wasn't dealing with a sinner or a wicked person. If that was a wicked person, it would have worked. So he said, you guys gonna get all the flesh you want. Okay? He said, and it's gonna be loathsome. Loath means hateful. It's gonna be hateful unto you. The reason why I'm gonna do this to you and make you hate it, what you just finished complaining about so much, he said, because you have despised the Lord which is among you. How did they despise God? Because he said, man, we want flesh. We don't want this manna. We despise God, because that's what God gave them. He said, look, man, the Most High was the one that put us here. It's nothing growing here. That's why we got this stuff here. So we got to make do with it, man. Be quiet, man. Stop complaining before you get us all killed. Nobody said that. Nobody did that. Nobody thought about that. The only ones that thought like that was Moses, Aaron, Joshua, Caleb. Many times they try to talk the people out of it. They say, yo, man, don't do that. Sometimes, the last time they try to talk them out of it, they say, stone them too. And God had to come down and stop everything. Tamshi.
Because that ye have despised of Israel, which is among you, and that went before him, saying, why came we forth out of Egypt?
That was blasphemous.
Yeah.
Why you brought us out of Egypt? Wait a minute, man. It said God brought the children of Israel out of Egypt with a high hand.
Mighty hand.
A mighty hand. Okay? History of the world was made when God did that. Nobody knew who the Most High God was. They knew who he was from that point on. It's still being talked about today. The 10 plagues of Egypt. Who did that? God of Moses. God of Israel. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Nobody argues that. Nobody can argue that. Tamshi.
And Moshe said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen. And thou hast said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month.
You know what he's saying? We got a lot of people here. Just the footmen alone are 100,000. Not speaking about the whole millions. Just the men on foot, the footmen, is 600,000. Okay, that's almost a mil. That's over half a mil. 500,000 is half a mil. Yeah, that's one over. That's a lot of people, man. He said, and I will give them flesh. He said that they may eat a whole month. That's a lot of flesh. Okay? Who was going to suffice all of this meat, all these animals to that one nation? So what are people really eating in the whole world? How many chickens and beef and animals? How many of them? They ain't like they in the fish, like they in the water. How many of these? They're being breeded also. The man just said, man, ain't that much. Where we gonna find all of that? Think about it, man. Most of that stuff they serving as food is not even food today. It been ran out. They just ain't telling you. Tell you.
Shall the
You
flocks
know how hard it is to feed 600,000 people? Come sheep.
shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them?
He said, well, we're going to have to do all of everything we got here, and that's not going to be enough.
Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to
You
suffice them?
gotta have to go to the fish. The fish is more plenteous. There's more plenteous fish in the ocean than animals on the land. They have babies quicker than mammals. Okay? And when they have babies, they have hundreds and hundreds at one time. Animals don't have that. So he said, look, man, when we run out of the flocks, then we're going to have to go to all the fish in the sea to feed all these people. Dumb sheep.
And El Israel said unto Moshe, is the Lord's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see Baal with my word.
Is there anything impossible for God? That's what that means. I want to hear nothing about no science. God created that too. Whatever you call it, whatever name you can mention, whatever name people come up with, God created it already. All right? He created it already. Like we said before, people may not understand it, but God, life comes from God. So God is not life. Life is not what God lives on. God doesn't run on no energy. He doesn't need anything. He is the one that lives. That's what his name means. The God that exists. Okay? So life come, God gave life. Understand that. Now you're going to understand now. Okay? How the highest is. It said his thoughts are not the thoughts of man.
His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. As the heavens higher above the height of the earth.
You can't even, our brain cannot handle one thought from God. All right? All right? Well, he said, Moses, man, he said, you can't look at me and live. Physically, you're dead. I'm too enigmatic and too all-powerful. I'm more powerful than the word power. That's why his name is sacred. There you got you. You see where I'm going at. That's why his name is sacred. If you think like that, then you will have respect to that name. Yeah. Because in the Hebrew, when you look up Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, it says the existing God. Yeah. Okay. And then the other meaning says the name that in old times was not mentioned. Yeah. And when you study and you look around, you're going to see it's going to show you. We already read in Amos what, 6? Go to Amos 6 real quick. Go to Amos 6 real quick. Yeah. So I want people to understand, so you can save yourself from blaspheming every time. Yeah. Okay? And we're going to go to Deuteronomy 2. Yeah. Where it talk about his name also. Yeah. We're going to cover this today. Yeah. All right? Yeah. Term sheet, Amos chapter 6.
Woe to them that are at ease in Zion. And
woe to them who are at this time is trouble. At this time it's mayhem, chaos, disorder, curses. All the curses in Deuteronomy 8 is starting to activate in the land. Because by that time, Amos, there ain't nobody doing nothing right, man. Look. What we doing right now, we got to hide and do it in the land. Yeah. Amongst our own people. Yeah. Remember, it came a time when the man said, yo, I'm not going to travel. It's nighttime. He said, man, I'm not going over there to these heathens. He said, to the chariot sites and these guys. He said, I'm going to go, the nearest town is Benjamin. I'm going to go over there where my people at. I know I'm safe. And he wasn't safe.
And he was a Levite.
And he was a Levite. But he wasn't safe. You would think, I would think the same way. Now I'm going with Israelites over there. I'm good. No, I'm not. You got to watch it because not all Israelites. Look read and see the same thing you see.
That's right.
They want some tribe stuff.
They're not going to bear down and believe and tell themselves the things you tell yourself.
Yeah.
So I got to go on something. I got to put my hand in my pocket and watch.
Yeah.
Watch and see how they get down.
Right.
Look and see what they cook, what they eat, how the women dress, how the men dress, how the kids do. Everything. But only one dude agreed to what I'm saying over here. We link. Birds of a feather flock together. Like spirits attract. Water ceases on level. Okay? You ain't gonna have a penguin hanging with a hen. It's not gonna work. And that's what this does. This makes you a different type of bird, man. This makes you a different, you're not a hawk, you're not none of these birds. You're a bird they ain't never hung out with.
You a bird that flies straight.
You a bird that flies straight. Okay? The wings don't get clipped and you don't fall. Those birds can't hang with him. The eagle got to put to the side. That's what these laws do. They make you right before God. And you get elevated. But everybody else ain't gonna like you, y'all. I'm letting you know, the more you do, the more people gonna be against you.
Talking about Israel.
Okay? I ain't talking about the heathen.
You talking about Israel.
Look, we got heathens that respect and honor.
That's right.
And roll in and out with us.
That's right.
More than Israelites,
That's right.
man. That's my point.
One contradict every
Because the man went over there thinking he was safe in Benjamin land. And he wasn't. The most hideous, obscene treachery. They wanted to go into the man. They wanted to have sex with him. Israelites. And he's thinking, if I go over there by the heathen, that's going to happen to me. Let me go here. So you got to watch it. Okay? I don't care about the name. I want to see your action and how you serve God. That's what matters.
Your name is the Hebrew
I
alphabet.
don't care how much you sing praises to God. I need to see how you eat. Do you eat blood and fat?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
That's the things that count.
Yeah. Keep your mouth shut.
Do you observe the Shabbat? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Man, listen, man. That's what needs to be done. And then only then I can say, okay, there's a difference here. I can rock over here. No, I can't rock over there. Other than that, what we doing this for? We the clowns. If we don't do this correct.
Say it again.
We the clowns. If you're not doing what God's saying, His commandments, you are a clown.
Yeah.
You are a wicked. You wicked. You look, a sinner, being called a sinner is worse than being called a clown. That's where clowns come from. Clowns entertain sin. So you a sinner. How about that? That's what God said. How about that? You don't do what it says in here, you are a sinner. Plain and simple. I don't care who you are, who you think you are, where you at, how many you got in this congregation, how little is the congregation, how much money you have, how many wives you got, how many cars. I don't care about that. Because you ain't taking none of that when you leave here. You take your deeds with God and His commandments with you. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I don't see many in the grave. I've never seen their possessions in there with them. I don't see many Egyptians in their tombs, and I've seen their possessions with them and still ain't go with them. Man owned a whole boat. One pharaoh owned a whole boat. And that boat is in one of them pyramids. That's why they're so big. All of those pyramids is tombstones. The people, the great pyramids. And I want to go to Egypt and stand up on a pyramid. We ain't that type of people, man. According to these commandments, we can't do none of that stuff.
You're not no tologist.
There's no going to the Statue of Liberty. None of us went in the Statue of Liberty. None of us. And if any of my kids been, it's because their mothers took them. Pharaoh, he owned navies, he owned boats.
Some of them get buried.
Look. Some of them, their family got buried in there with them. The servants got buried. They lived down there with enough food until it ran out. And when the people, the archaeologists go in the tombs, you see the sarcophagus. I'm gonna tell you why it's called a sarcophagus and not just a regular coffin. Because everything in that coffin is also an idol to the devil and to the realm of the dead. And it's a whole story behind that thing, man. Okay? They bury celebrities today in the same position that they bury pharaohs in their coffin. That's why it's called a sarcophagus. Okay? And the ships, everything he owned the army, my army in there with me. My wife, I got 3 wives and 16 children. They're there with me. They're in their tomb. I'm dead already. The sarcophagus is there. And everybody lives in there until they die. And when they go up in there, all their servants, everything is in there. When they go in there, bones. You see bones of people. That's the servants. That's the family. That's everybody.
Right.
All that for nothing. Those people were supposed to live their lives. But they got cut short because of idolatry and demonology. Cut who you supposed to be. God said we are gods. We're supposed to be bowing down to nothing else but God. No woman, no kids, no other man. That's why the man said, I ain't bowing down to nobody. Mordecai. He said, oh, when this guy come up, you got to fight. I said, man, I'm not bowing to nobody. Nobody. You have to kill me. Look, when a man's mind made up, you got to kill him. You can't bend a made up mind. If a woman's mind is made up, you got to kill her. You can't bend a woman's made up mind.
Can't break it.
And that's what'll keep them grounded. That's why the woman said manly stomach. She gathered up a manly stomach. All of a sudden now she got the same stomach her husband got, and he been dead.
God.
So that she could give her son strength to go ahead and die and don't violate living. Don't violate the live. Don't violate the live. Oh, cherish life so much. We don't cherish life and we don't worship death. How about that? How about that? How about that? In other words, we don't cherish life to where if I have to live by breaking these commandments,
We're going to break it.
we're going to break it.
No way.
That means you cherish life.
No way. No way.
Tell
No
me.
way.
And trust in the mountain of Samaria, which are named chief of the nations, to whom the house of
Bring
Israel
that
came.
verse back.
Woe to them that are at ease in Zion.
Go to them, that are real comfortable in Zion,
And trust in the mountain of Samaria.
and trust in the mountain of Samaria. Now, Samaria was the mountain that housed King Ahab, Jeroboam, and all the bad kings. These kings, I'm not going to talk against them. A lot of them dudes coming back, okay? But they didn't follow. What they did was they did not walk after David.
Right.
That's what I'm going to say.
Use David. That's right.
I'm going to watch my words.
That's right.
It said, yo, they didn't walk after David, their father. You know what I'm saying? And keeping certain commandments and this, that, and the third. That's all I'm going to say. And because of that, it made it a hostile place. Dangerous now. God cursed Samaria. So now a godly person in Samaria is not safe. Everybody doing them. It's like the hood. It's just like the hood now in Samaria. Okay? Tamshi.
Which are named chief of the nations, to whom the house of Israel came. Pass ye unto Calneh and see, and from thence go ye to
He
Hamath the
said,
great.
woe to them that are at ease in Zion and trust in the mountain of Samaria. Woe to you guys that are mad, cool, and chill in Jerusalem. And over here, y'all mad, cool, and chill in Zion. And everybody's violating, doing what they want to do, and acting what they want to do, and saying what they want to say. And everybody's cool with that. All right? He goes, he said, woe to them that are comfortable with having it that way. Okay? Tamshi.
Pass ye unto Calneh and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great.
Calneh and Hamath are places that are close to Nineveh. Those are the cities of Syria.
Right.
that God pronounced curses on, and it's like desecrate. Those areas is nothing but desert mounds now. Okay?
Right.
He said, pass on to those places. He said, then go down to Gath of Philistine. That's the same place. That's the same place where Goliath comes from.
Right.
Goliath of Gath, one of the 5 cities of Philistines. Okay? Each Philistine has a lord over him. And you have the 5 lords. That is what the leadership of Philistines was. This guy came from Gath. Gath was one of the main cities. So he said, go to Gath of Philistines. He said, be they better than these? He said, man, you know what he's saying? Calais, Babylon, Hamath, Gath the Philistines, Zion and Samaria is the same as them. He said, are they better than these kingdoms? No. Y'all just made yourselves low just like these guys, don't you?
Or their borders greater than your border?
Uh-huh.
You that put far away the evil day.
He said, ye that put far away the evil day. You know what that is? When you put far away the evil day? He said, oh man, that ain't gonna happen in our time.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be long get there before that happens. The judgment day, the coming, the dreadful day of the Lord, the day when when we read about certain things, and the day when certain things are gonna happen, people put that off in their head. He said, don't do that. He said, because all you that put away the evil day, he said, and cause the seat of violence to come nearer. When you do that, that means you ain't putting a stop to the offense of God, and you're gonna make the curse and all the stuff that God had for you is gonna come quicker. It gets nearer. It'll be right next door to you. Right? And when it's right next door to you, you'll know. They say, oh, this is kind of close. This is close. It's hitting the family close. Or it's hitting me close. That's the warning. Okay? Tom sheet.
That lie upon beds of ivory and stretch themselves upon their couches.
He said these guys live in luxury. These are guys are celebrities. These guys got all the money. They lie on beds of ivory. You know what ivory is, right? The tusk. Very expensive. Okay? The Greeks, the Greeks and the Romans, their thing was marble and ivory. That was their main thing. Don't you see the White House? Don't you see the Washington Monument? Where you think they get the architectural from? Where do you think they get it from? They said that Israel became like these guys. They love the luxury. He laying up. He said, and stretch themselves upon their couches. By then, they got couches. They're not living in the wilderness in tents. By now, they got doors. They got houses. This is later on now. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And eat the lambs out of the flock and the calves out of the midst of the stall.
I could take my pick today. I feel like eating some lamb chops. My servant pull up. Canaanite servant. His name is Fogel. Fogel, go back there and get me some. I feel like lamb chops tonight. Fogel. Yes, my Lord. You go back there. This is what God said. Look at these. Look how they're moving now, like aristocrats. No law being done. Nobody's doing none of my commandments no more. And everybody's living fat. Everybody got money. Everybody's content and good. He said, that's the ones I want you to go speak to. Tom Sheep.
That chant to the sound of the viol.
That chant, that's all they want to do is sing songs. The viol, the violin, string instruments. All you want to do is party, hang out, party, hang out, laugh, play, festive. That's the people who chant to the sound of the viol.
And invent to themselves instruments of music like David.
He said they're trying to be like David. Make themselves instruments of music like David. They're trying to be like David. But then when David did this, his songs was to God. It wasn't to his woman. Today's songs are to the woman. Right or wrong? Back then, men did not make songs to women. Israel, our songs were all to God. Our dances, when we dance and when we party, it was all in honor of God. Dig that. We didn't have clubs. There was no place to go and have a dance. Whenever you danced because you was happy and serving God, something good went down. That's why David was jumping up in the air.
That's right. That's right.
That's why. Tom Sheep.
That drink wine in bowls and anoint themselves with the chief.
You know what it is to drink wine in bowls? You know what bowls they had? Bowls. But these bowls were called goblets because it's deep, big, giant, deep champagne glasses. And you might as well, you don't need nothing under there to hold it up. It's a bowl. You just pick it up and just drink. Then these guys anointing themselves with chief ointments. They anoint themselves with the best lotion, the best cosmetic could give. Okay? And you gotta watch it because all the rich stuff, everything that costs a lot, most of the time is unclean.
Well sperm.
It's unclean. Got what? Whale sperm. A lot of lotions are made with the sperm of whales. There is a whale called the sperm whale. Okay? And it is used, and it is called cetyl alcohol. I remember that for the 80s. Yeah.
Well, just
Okay. Because they say it's protein. They say semen is protein. That's what people say today.
yeah.
All right? It says protein, and being that it comes from the man, it's the highest form of protein. It's more better protein than any other protein you can get. This is the wickedness of man. Do y'all understand now? And people go by that. So, remember I told y'all that cosmetics is also wicked? Because these are one of the evil things that the evil angels taught the woman to teach the giants. Cosmetology, the painting of the face. Most of those things, lipstick, this, that is made with unclean animals. See how they go together. Lipstick, all that stuff, you check it out. It got cetyl alcohol in it. It got red, blue dye, and a lot of those dyes come from pig liver. Pig livers and pig guts, certain bristles. Like we have to look for toothbrushes, right? But then we got to look to make sure, because it tells you now plastic hard bristle. If it says plastic hard bristle, you can get that. Or nylon bristle, you can get that. But if it doesn't specify, I think you should, when in doubt, do it out. Leave it alone, because that could be pig bristle. A lot of the brushes, right? Brushes that the women use and men that take haircuts use, they're made with pig bristles. Okay? So you got to be careful. If you don't know, you don't say it on the box, leave it alone. You don't need to brush your hair that bad. Huh? Boars, not the pig, boars bristle. But the boars, their hair is harder. They got hard. It's like a porcupine. They think it's real hard. But you just got to, look, man, when in doubt, do it out. That's just something that we learned. I learned that when I was like 5 years old, man. I'm a kid, man. That's the mentality. You don't know, man. I don't know what this ingredient. You know what? I don't need it, man. You don't need it. That may be the obstacle that mess you up and start a corruption phase. You don't need it.
The ingredient shouldn't be a paragraph.
Man, why you ain't gotta go through that? Make your life simple, man. To be a heathen is not simple, you know. To follow the heathen, to be a heathen is a very hard task, and tedious task. You wear yourself out, you do things to your body, you add things onto your body, piercings, tattoos, people changing their sexual organs.
Yep.
You see what's going on? All because nobody want to do these commandments. That's where it all comes from. He said, don't follow the people that are around about you. Because in following them, you're going to run into all that. He said, don't follow the Canaanites. They followed the Canaanites. Now dudes is laying down with their own mother. Because that's how they get down. Now dude Israelite guys is laying with animals, with beasts, because that's how they got down. He said, because the nations that was here before you committed all these abominations. That's what he said. That's what God said. He said, don't follow them, because they committed all these abominations. Sleeping with next of kin, brother and sister, having a baby. The aunt sleeping with the nephew. Homosexuality between women and men is the same. Bestiality. That's when you have sex with a beast, with an animal. These people worship their God. That's how these are the acts that they did to worship their God. God says an abomination. You guys don't do it, so you can't be like them. That's why he don't want you like them. Don't you?
But they are not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. Therefore now shall they go captive with the first king that go captive, and the banquet of them that stretch themselves shall be removed. And Israel had sworn by himself.
No. You see that? He said the Lord God had sworn by who? Himself. Who he gonna swear by? There's nobody higher than him.
No.
Let's get this straight now. We're gonna all know who, what this word swear and where it go and how it go. Now we're gonna get to the bottom of this now. First, God. When God swear, he swear to himself.
I lift up my hand to heaven.
Nobody could do that. Nobody could do that. I can't do that. You can't do that. Nobody on this planet. But I swear to myself. You can't do that. It's blasphemous.
That X out word to me.
That X out what? Word to me.
It's the same thing.
Because it's in the street.
You swear to
Well, no, I'm not swearing to her, but word to me. No. Only God could do that because he is God. So who else can go? When he swear, he said, hey, I swear to myself.
Hey,
That's something that only he can do.
not on me neither.
Word. Don't put that on
Put it
me.
on me. That's on my pops.
No.
Not on.
Don't even do that. Don't swear to me. No. That's not honor.
Lulu ain't even said that.
Look. That ain't honor. You ain't gotta honor me that way. He said, well, you swear in God's name. Now, we're talking about swearing, not singing, not regular conversation. And there's only one or two times when you are accountable to swear in God's name. And that's when a situation come up. We're going to read about it. Right now, we're talking about swearing. Okay? Let's keep this in mind. God said he swore to himself. He said, saith the Lord God of hosts. He said, who's the host? You know who the host is? You know who the host is? All those angels that constantly praising his name. Quados, the stars. Every time they shine, they're praising God's name. Yeah. Every time they shine, every time that sun come up, they're praising God. You don't hear it. He said the depths of the sea. The depths of the sea. You know what that is? That's under the ocean floor because there's water under there. There's fish there that don't have eyes. They move by sonar. He said down there his name is known. He said at the ends of the earth. Can anyone show me where the ends of the earth is at? It exists though. They exist. There's places on this planet man trying to find. And every time he try to find them, they find it, but you don't see him no more. He finds it, he disappear. No, you ain't coming back and telling nobody nothing. You're dead. And you dead. The ends of the earth? You can't explain that. Have they really gone to the moon?
No. A round shape don't have to end.
They ain't go to the moon, man. No. They've been shown what they've been shown. Okay?
Exactly.
Certain men in this book saw things that ain't no astronaut just gonna go up there and see.
Hey, the cameraman was there before the man reached there.
How?
The cameraman there waiting for him to come.
How?
Come on.
But he's
man.
there already.
Come on. Man.
How? It's a gimmick.
So
It's a stage.
the moon is a light, a ball of light.
You're not getting close to that moon.
When you see it on TV, it's dark.
Listen, let me tell you something about that moon.
Come on, man.
It's true. it controls gravity and the tidal waves.
That's right.
Do you think you can get a spaceship
Get up
close to
there,
something that gauges a planet?
No.
It's there to gauge the things that's on the planet.
On
That's
the
what God,
planet.
and it
Yeah.
gives signs and seasons.
Yeah.
That's why God ain't put it too close or too far away.
Yeah.
And it goes around the earth to take care of what it has to take care of on the
That's
earth.
right. You think man gonna go up there, bro?
You ain't go up there. You landed on an asteroid or something, man. You didn't get on the moon, brother. You ain't get on the moon. It's too bright. It's reflecting the light off the sun. Can you look at a mirror reflecting the light off the sun? That's the piece of the mirror. Imagine the moon. Please, y'all. They didn't go up there. They gassing. They capping real hard. Helmet. When you say helmet, football helmet, they get out. The most they got is that little space station that can't stay up there too long. Remember? They go up and then they got to come back down into this atmosphere.
The same.
Okay? And then they got to go back up, but they can't stay up there. He said, though you make your nest amongst the stars, that's a nest. You ain't got to go to the moon and go all the way out there. You done found a home floating above the earth. He said, I'm going to bring you down, though. He said, I'm going to bring you down. Though you go up there, I'm bringing you down. That's why, man, who you want to be when you grow up? An astronaut. You want to be no astronaut, and I ain't going to be no deep sea diver. I'm not going down there, man. It's worse down there. There's creatures down there on deck
That don't come out.
and you invading their space. Leviathan down there.
Hey, King David said, dragons.
The dragons
deep.
of the deep.
Praise God.
Okay? There's stuff down there that when they move, the earth shake.
Yeah.
That's how big they are. I read about it in the Apocrypha. One called Enoch. He got one called Enoch that's on the land, and he got one called Leviathan that's in the waters. They done made a lot of movies called Leviathan. And in every movie called Leviathan, they broke the ships up. One movie, you didn't even see the monster because he was so huge.
So many places man never been to.
God said, I created that. I created all of that, man. He said, man, listen, so now I'm bringing this up so we can pray. If you really recognize who God is, you wouldn't be saying his name so easy, man.
Right.
His name is holy.
Right.
Moses talked God out of killing the Israelites because of his name.
That's right.
They said, because we don't want them talking bad about you. They wasn't going to say his name. Oh, man. You see, brother? They were going to talk bad about God, and that's a bad spot on his name.
You're not showing yourself to be humble when you say his name.
The priest. What he got on his head?
Holiness to the Lord.
Or holiness to Yod Hey Wav Hey.
No.
He's the high priest. He don't say God's name.
That's because they cut off.
Is it written? Is it even written on that? And that thing stops the plague.
That's not even written on.
Right or wrong? The plague of earth. You see, man, the plague of the Lord stop. When you see that plate, it says holiness to the Lord. It doesn't have God's name on it. So if it's that important to you, why the high priest don't use it?
Yeah.
Show fear and humbleness.
It's that important
I'm
to
gonna
you.
show you all the points. I'm gonna show y'all how it go. I'm gonna show y'all how it go from a man who did it and showed us how it went. See, when you walk the same footsteps, you see the same thing. All right? Isaac went everywhere his father went. He went everywhere, every piece of land, even the same kingdom. He went through the same things. His woman got snatched, just like his father. Why? Because he did everything. He said, Most High God told Isaac, he said, look, your father's dead. So I'm going to tell you about your father, man. He obeyed my voice. He obeyed my charge. He obeyed my order. He obeyed my statutes. He obeyed my commandments. If you do the same thing, I'm going to be with you like I was with him. That was the deal. Isaac said, okay, solid. It's not too much you read about Isaac. Because he did the same thing Abraham did. He didn't do nothing extra. Those men didn't sin. Okay? Manasseh, all right, who died in his perfection before God, because he did it. He got up out of that. Then he went the furthest. Yo, listen. No king went as far as King Manasseh in wickedness and idolatry, man. It said he surpassed Ahab.
Even Ahab.
He surpassed Ahab. Ahab, he's bowed down and made idols and made altars to things that Ahab didn't even do. Look. Ahab at one point humbled himself. This guy had to get dragged in. You see the difference? Manasseh caused Israel to sin. Remember now, I'm gonna point one thing out. Ahab, when he wanted the vineyard from Naboth,
Right.
and Naboth told him no,
Right.
because it's the law, and the law says I can't sell or give away my inheritance or trade it off. Ahab went home and he left it alone. Never mind, he was sad. He wasn't going to do nothing about it, man.
He was going to do nothing.
Because of the law. Okay? It was this woman that she's like, yo, listen, man. Listen. You the king.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, that's good. You pick up your man. But look, it's up to the man to say, oh, no, baby. Pipe down. There's times but when I was married, I told him, no, chill. You be quiet. Yeah, but no, be quiet. I will explain later. But you don't understand right now. This is pride. If I'm not being prideful, you're not going to be prideful. Okay? But the reason why that all went down because of what? They was worshiping Baal from the getting up. And his downfall was her. He said he thought it was a light thing when he married Jezebel and took her to wife. He thought it was a light thing. He didn't know how heavy it was going to be for his life that he wound up getting killed behind that situation. But look at it, though. He accepted, even though he's walked away. He the king. Yeah, he know he the king. He could have did what he did. He don't need you, Jezebel. I'm just showing you where the head is at. And I'm showing you where her head is at. Yeah, baby, you ain't eat. What happened? Mm-hmm. This is not you. You good? No, talk to me, baby. That's how she was. That's how a woman's supposed to be.
Right.
Because most of the time it's us that's doing it. Baby, what's wrong? Nothing. She mad at me. All right. Once she not speaking, then I know she not speaking, but look, what's wrong? Nothing. I said, why don't you stop lying? Why don't you just get it over with? If you saying nothing, okay, so I'm gonna start walking around like this now. And when you ask me, baby, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Leave me alone. I'm not asking nothing. Nothing. Come on. We gotta give each other a chance here. We have to open up to each other, man. We are all we got. We need each other. Keep each other up. Tongue sheet. Let's end this. Tongue sheet.
And Israel had sworn by themselves, said their little hosts, I abhor the excellency of Jacob and hate his palace.
He said, I hate the excellency of Jacob and I hate his palace. Because now they not doing none of my commandments. So where God come now? First he loved them, now he hates you. It's easy to make someone hate you. Mm-hmm. Where once they loved you. It's easy for me to love you. Okay? But you can also make me hate you. To the point where, look, I don't hate him. I hate what he do. I really don't hate, I don't hate nobody. I hate your actions, man. But it's coming from you, so I have to avoid you. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. I still got it here for you, right? And yo, when you get to a certain level, you see how messed up people are. You see the Meshuggah. You know what Meshuggah is? Meshuggah is crazy, right? It means the first order of crazy. The first meaning of crazy is when somebody goes against God's law. Once you start going against God's law or disagreeing with these commandments or going against anyone who's speaking or representing them, that's the first order of you going crazy.
That's a fact. He would say the first order is doing the same thing.
No. Crazy got many meanings, but the first order of good, the first order of good, the first meaning of good is when you made up your mind, you have a heart to serve God. Then other good things come into play. It's good to do this to somebody. It's good to return kind. But the first order of good, the first order of love, the first order of loyalty, all this has to do with the Most High first. You ain't going to be loyal to me. You're not loyal to God. I'm not going to, well, listen. I don't expect him to listen to me. He don't listen to his mother. He don't listen to his father. He don't listen to God. Who am I? I ain't telling him nothing.
Sure.
God said, you go messing around trying to rebuke a scorner, what's going to happen to you? You get cursed.
You get his blood.
You get his what?
His blood.
That's the curse. Whatever blemish, whatever got him acting up, gonna jump on you. So sometimes I have to be careful who I'm rebuking.
Right.
If you're not gonna listen to me, I ain't rebuking you.
Right.
Because I don't want to get your blocked. Now, if you're my brother, I have to rebuke you if I love you, man. If I love you, I'm gonna say something to you. I ain't gotta embarrass you. We ain't gotta make a scene, and we don't have to go to war. I'm gonna let you know, yo, bro, come on, man. We have to know that was wrong. This, that, and the third. And you can do it to me. That's love. If we don't do that, we don't love each other. God tell us what is love and how to do it. Tamshi.
Therefore will I deliver up the city with all that is therein. This shall come to pass.
He said, this shall come to pass.
There remain 10 men in one house, and they shall die.
He said, look, man, I'm wiping Israel out. If there's 10 men in the house, they all dead. Okay? Massacres going through. Then you got nations, God allowing wicked heathens to come in and kill them up. He said, nobody's going to last if it's 10 men, because back then you had men who had more than one wife. So this guy got 17 sons in one house. That's why it says things like this. If there's 10 men in one house, that they shall die. Because there's a lot of brothers in there. In every house, there's a lot of brothers. It's a lot of uncles and a lot of brothers. Okay? But now we're wiping them out, Tamshi.
And a man's uncle shall take him
up. A man's uncle shall take him up. Now, when there's a massacre done to my family, right? Most of the time, the uncle was the one, the brother of the slain.
Yeah.
Of the slain, like my brother's slain family. I'm coming up now to my brother's family, and I'm the one that gathers up my brother and his kids and his wife, because they're dead.
Right.
Okay? He said, a man's uncle shall take him up, and he that burneth him. Now, there's somebody designated to burn the bodies. Okay? I forgot, it's a Hebrew name for that in the book. But there's someone designated. And the person that does it is usually family. You ain't gonna have the stranger burning up the people's family. It's usually family that gather family together. And it's a very sad situation. I mean, they're dead. These are your brothers, your nephews, your little nieces, and they got killed. And you got to grab the bodies up and gather them in one spot and burn them. Tamshi.
To bring them out, to bring out the bones out of the house.
You got to bring the bones of your loved ones out the house.
And shall say unto him that is by the sides of the house.
Now, by the sides of the house, this is where they put the bodies. On the sides of the house. And they burn them on the sides of the house. So there's somebody there to watch the bodies. Because there be trinkets and gold and stuff on the bodies. And people will come and rob the people for what they got on their bodies. So you got somebody guarding that. And he asked the man that is by the sides of the house, is there yet any with thee? Meaning, you know what that means? Are there any survivors? That's what it meant when he said, is there anyone with thee? He said, are there any survivors? He shall say no. Now, whoa. At that moment, a calamity like that, people go, oh my. Or they say the name
of the idol that they serve.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
That nigga on the cross.
Yes. A situation like that, they say that. And even the people that serve the cross tell the other person stop swearing. I'm just saying. But that's a common thing that people do in the time of death. Very common. Look, people don't have to die today. We could make a joke and the person and say the name of a deity.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. They started becoming like the people. Y'all gotta understand something. They started becoming like the people. They never did this. Anytime dead bodies drop, you know what they did? They drop and prostrate and pray to God. That's what they did. They didn't mention God's name. Okay? They prayed. They said they were weeping at the tabernacle, the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, when these guys were being perverts, doing all this other stuff, and all these acts with the Baal Peor, or the Simeonite in the tent with the woman, all of that. While that was going on, it wasn't calling on God's name. Anytime you hear this and they calling on the name of the God, they say, "Oh, El Shaddai."
Yeah.
El Gibor, the eternal one, the dreaded one, the one who exists. The only God, the all-merciful. You put all in front of any of his attributes, you're talking about God, right? The all-powerful, the all-merciful, the all-knowing, the all-seeing, the all-commanding, the creator of all. All of these attributes he got, that's all of his names too. You think Mikael is just one name I got? But my name ain't holy like God's name. My name got God's name in it. That's about it. Now, this situation makes a person swear or call out the name of their God because of what's happening. So look at the dialogue. The man comes out. He says, "Is there any survivors?" He goes, "No, man." And he opened up his mouth. He said, "No." What he say?
And he shall say, "Hold thy tongue, for we may not make mention of the name of the Lord."
Okay. And when it says the name of the Lord, is the word name written with a capital N or a short form N?
Lowercase n.
It's lowercase n in that book. Here is with a capital N of the Hebrew. Okay? All right? Mention of the name of the Lord. That specific name. Okay? Now, when you look that up in the Hebrew, it says Yod Hey Wav Hey. When you look up the first meaning, it says the one who exists. And then the second meaning says, in old times, this name was never mentioned, only in consonant form if need be. Consonant form is Yod Hey Wav Hey without vowels, because you really don't know the actual vowels that go along with it.
Right.
That's why another reason why you shouldn't be saying the name, because you could be saying it wrong, and it could have an adverse effect to it. We really don't know the vowels that go with Yod Hey Wav Hey. Okay, that's why you should leave the name alone. You call your mother by her name, no. And her name now is not holy like God's name, right? But that's your mother. So the honor, under the banner of honor, you don't call her by her first name or your father by his name. Okay? Mm-hmm. The man just said, "For we may not make mention of the name of the Lord. For behold, the Lord commanded." He said, "Look, don't do that." He said, "Look, you know why? Because whatever happened, God commanded." You hear that? Mm-hmm. He said, whatever happened, God commanded. He said, and he will smite the great house with breaches and the little house with clefts. He said, don't make it worse. He said, don't wake around. And then there's another part in Deuteronomy. There's different parts. I'm going to say this because I'm about to come down. There are other parts in the law where it says, he shall swear by his name. That's correct. It says that. Swear, not sing, not in regular conversation. Yes. You swear by his name. When you swear by his name, when I let you hold something, okay, and you got it in your house, and I come to get it, but now you can't find it. Somebody stole it. Guess what? I'll take you to the judges. You go to the judges and you have to swear. That's when you swear.
That's what he means by that. Not using his name.
Okay? That's when you swear.
You can
So
swear by
when he
his name
says,
without using it.
so he said, you shall swear by my name. In other words, when the time is correct and this situation come up, you use my name in this situation. That's it. You can't go around swearing and saying his name intemperately, without temperance. It says, ye shall swear by my name. And the only time you swear by his name is in a situation like that.
When you call on his name,
Okay?
you wicked.
Now, people are calling on his name in regular conversation, in songs, and it's not valid.
In prayers,
It's not valid. It's not in prayers. You cannot say the name.
don't say it.
Say El Shaddai.
You say his name, you wicked. Okay?
Remember, it's not on the plate. Holiness to the Lord. If it was valid for us to say it, the high priest would have it on his plate.
Okay? All right? You say his name, you wicked. All right?
Shalom Aleichem.
I said, you say his name, you wicked. All right?
That don't do it. That should get everything right there. I'm tired of that situation.
Huh?